Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm a Boeing 737 pilot, and today we're going to fly once more the Antonov 225. And I've picked 3 different VATSIM events in which we are going to participate today. The first one is the Brussels to Rotterdam shuttle, where we are going to depart Brussels, but we'll make a stop en route halfway and we'll land in Zagreb, where we are going to transport 2 fire trucks from here, from Brussels, and thereafter we'll bring the airplane over to Hannover, probably with some payload as well. So that's our idea for the day. Now, all of those events do promise to be quite a bit of fun, and I'm really looking forward to fly the Antonov once more. Every single one flight that I'm doing with this plane really adds a little bit more to it, and all I can say at this moment is that I really start to like it. Is it study level like PMDG? No. Is it great fun to fly? Absolutely yes. Alright, so also what's going to be interesting today is that we are going to fly it on several big events, so I'm kind of interested to see how air traffic control is going to handle this today. Alright, so enough talking, let's have a look into the flight plan and see what we're about to do for the first sector. As always, Sim Toolkit Pro, and I've loaded the SimBrief flight plan into this, and we're going from Brussels towards Zagreb, and we're planned at level 350 over here. But let's have a look at the important pieces of information. So, for the weather over in Zagreb, we are looking at good conditions with a wind from the southwest, scattered clouds, and over the night we'll get a little bit of fog, but that's not going to be irrelevant for us. And our alternate guards is looking good as well. Nothing to be worried about, weather-wise it's looking good. I don't really know how the traffic is looking on events there on Sundays, but since it's Sunday, let's in any case just take a little bit more. We'll take half an hour extra, which is going to be 7 tons more, leading us to a total weight of 43 tons, and that should provide us with plenty fuel for the day. Let's go ahead and start the day with the walkaround like any pilot would do, or at least like any crew would do. Gonna start up here from the front hold, and we can see our cargo has already been loaded, but we'll have a closer look at those fire trucks later on during the flight. And apart from that, it's just a massive airplane, this craft. By the way, did any of you notice that the nose looks a little bit strange up here? That it has a couple of bulbs down there, and when you go to the front up here, it just doesn't look as round as the Western aircraft would. But they're actually doing this on a tactical purpose over here to make the air flow, well, smoother around the rest of the plane, thereby reducing drag, even though it looks a little bit ugly at first. Alright. Massive airplane here, and definitely some massive engines as well. And then we've got 6 of them. So checking all of those in detail definitely takes a little bit of time, but I guess with 6 people in the crew, that's not going to be too much a problem. You can dedicate 1 pilot to doing the walk around. We can see over here the nav lights are still turned off, which is a bit of a thing, but I know that we have not enabled power yet, so that's the reason why. And that actually makes it acceptable. Alright, loads of wheels to check over here, and they are actually looking quite good. Let's go over every single one of them, but we're gonna do it in the quick phase. APU exhaust, that thing is massive over here. And of course the APU inlet door. Looks interesting as well. Reminds me of the 737 MAX. The MAX also has an inlet door like this. Huge tailplane. The more I see of this plane, the more impressive it really gets, doesn't it? This is a huge flying machine. Alright. Checking everything over here. This is just a huge plane. The more I look at it, the more impressive it really gets. Okay then, let's go forward and complete the remainder of the checks, and then we can finally step into our plane and have a look around. Okay, another 14 wheels to check, and they do look good. And time to check our wings and the engines, making sure there are no bird strikes. And this is actually looking quite good. Okay. So, final check of the engines before we are ready to go, and then we'll step inside, quickly making sure our cargo is secure, and then we'll go up to the cockpit and fire up our airplane. So far, everything looking good on those 6 engines. I would say the airplane is fit to fly. Okay, quick look into the cargo hold, making sure our cargo is secured over here. We're carrying 2 fire trucks today towards Zagreb. Again, huge pieces of equipment, but that's what you need such a huge plane for as well, right? Okay, I'd say that looks pretty good, so let's head up towards the cruise bases. And here we are. We've just taken a seat in the planning room up here. And I'd say things are looking pretty good. And with that we can start heading towards the cockpit. Okay, the cargo hatch is still open. Gotta remember to close that one. And I might just as well do it straight away. Because knowing my luck, I'm definitely gonna forget about it later on, and then I'll wonder why we are going to depressurize. So, passenger area lights, cargo bay lights can close, internal door, that's the one, and the cabin door can be closed as well. Ground power and chocks are connected, we'll keep those. Then let's go ahead and fire up our plane. Well, actually, before we do that, let's quickly load up the fuel. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget that as well. We said earlier that we wanted to take 43 tons of fuel, so let's see what that equals in pounds so that we can load it in. And that's... well, let's make it easy. We're going to take 100,000 pounds. Then we have a little bit extra. Nope, not you, but you. So, 50,000 pounds of fuel per side. Here we go. Only 14%, and we're gonna do a 2-hour flight with that. Perfect. Anyway, that's what we needed. Now we can go ahead and power up the plane. Ground power on. Rectifiers on. Transformer rectifiers on. Not gonna put on the APU quite yet, as Brussels is quite noise sensitive. But we can power up the remainder of our equipment. Okay. And a couple more switches, then we've got it. And the other side. Transponder 2000 in standby, and that's it. Okay, let's call delivery and get our clearance. Provided they are online, which they are currently not. Okay, as always guys, let me know how the audio is, if ATC is well understandable or not. It should be, but we'll see about it. So, 18.05.
Ground, good afternoon, UC3, Victor Kilo, stand 151, request push and start. Beauty 3 Victor Kilo. Is it possible you're connected as Beauty 3 Kilo Victor? Negative, we're connected as 3 Victor Kilo.
Okay, just gotta wait for those guys. Usually I'm the one complaining about people interrupting, but well, if nothing happens. Brussels ground hello, Antonov Bureau 3120 Super Information Hotel request clearance to Zagreb.
DOT3 Victor Kilo, Squawk Mode Charlie. And confirm you have received the clearance.
FM, we're squawking 7102 at stand 151.
I love it when controllers just ignore you.
Victor Kilo.
That's good evening, Elan.
And now somebody else calls. I'm too nice for VATSIM. I'm too nice for VATSIM.
D-line 565 Russell Ground. Good evening.
And hello chat, hello
Taxi,
circuits.
Romeo 4,
You must really be enjoying this
7,
aircraft. Don't blame you, it looks fun. Yep, it definitely is. Okay, come on.
Taxi to holding point runway 25 right, Bravo 1 via Romeo 4 and outside 7 kilo range 1014 B9565.
Brussels ground hello, Antonov Bureau 3120 Super Information Hotel request clearance to Zagreb.
Antonov Bureau 3120. Clear to Zagreb. Stand by, the other controller still owns your tag.
Okay, looks like the controllers have some issues among one another. And hello Zenax, nice to see you in the chat. Anyway,
Victor Kilo, push approved.
it doesn't look like we are looking at any major delays, so let's go ahead and fire up the APU. Heaters off, fire detector off, master switch on and the starter, and the same for APU number 2. And now they should come up in a few moments.
3120 cleared to destination via the Sopok 5 Delta departure, runway 25 right, initial climb flight level 60, squawk 7111.
Antonov Bureau 3120 Super has cleared destination, Sopok 5 Delta departure, runway 25 right, climb flight level 60, squawk 7111.
Antonov Bureau 3120, read back correct, startup is approved, report ready for push.
Startup approved, Wilco, Antonov Bureau 3120. Okay, so the APU is starting up, and while that is going on, let's quickly dial in what ATC gave us. Squawk 7111. Climb to flight level 60, and that is going to equal 1,828 meters. 18.
It's very kind to wait for me to answer to the previous
28.
before continuing. Besides that point,
I fully agree with that air traffic controller. I fully agree with him.
Is cleared to destination on the Sopok 5 Delta departure on way to.
And Antonio, haven't flown anything else since it came out. Just love this plane. Yeah, very same for me. And did you know it can do 18-hour sectors as well? On SimBrief, without any payload, I was able to plan a flight from Frankfurt all the way to Australia, to Perth.
GPS 1656, read back correct, start is approved, report ready for push.
Alright, so our plane is pretty much ready. Let's start GSX getting ready as well, because the startup is what's going to take most of the time here. And we're going to take handling by UPS. We definitely don't need de-icing treatment, thank you GSX. We definitely don't.
Good evening, Beeline 2 Delta.
Okay, so what else do we need? We'll do the setup pretty much when we are pushing back, as the engine start needs so long. So let's go ahead and prepare the engineer's panel. Hydraulic pumps going off for the pushback. And quick check of the center pumps. Flow lines operating, center pumps off. The fuel is on for every engine. Start panel looks good. Radar can go on, and finally look at the fuel pumps. So we need this, this, and this. The rest is looking good. Fuel on board 7.5 times 6. If we add that up, we have 45.3 tons of fuel on board, compared to 35.5.
615.
So our fuel is looking good.
Inners and
Okay, APU available. APU bleed on. And finally, ground power off. APU generators are operating. Okay, good. With that, we are pretty much ready to go. Trucks can go, ground power can go.
565 holding short, runway 25 flight on Bravo 1.
Beeline 565, contact tower 118.6, goodbye, safe flight.
118 is +6 for tower, Beeline 565.
Antonov 3120 Super, request pushback.
All stations for clearance, contact Brussels delivery 121.950 for pushback and taxi, remain my frequency.
Lufthansa 4 Papa Zulu is at Echo 1.
I'm too nice. I'm too nice. I should just keep talking. Antonov Bureau 3120 Super, request pushback.
Antonov Bureau 3120, Squawk with Charlie.
Squawk is Mo Charlie. Antonov 3210.
And Lufthansa 4 Papa Zulu.
Come on, I've just turned it on.
The taxi to stand 149er right via the Inners and Sierra.
Taxi to stand 14 right by Innes and Sierra.
BT3 Victor Kilo ready for taxi.
So is he gonna call us now?
Duty 3 Victor Kilo, taxi holding point Bravo 1, runway 25 right via Romeo 4, outer 7, QNH 1014.
Holding point Bravo 1 to 25 right via Romeo 4 and 07 QNH 1014, Duty 3 Victor Kilo.
And ground, the HN601 for push and start.
Antonov 3120, are you receiving our transponder now?
Antonov 3120, A firm, push approved, facing west.
Push approved facing west, Antonov 3120. Okay, west means nose to the left side.
Brussels,
And let's go ahead, continue push. We certainly don't need de-icing, nose to the left. Okay, brakes off. Yeah, no GSX, there are no icing conditions here. What an incompetent piece of software. Okay, anyway, let's commence our engine start. APU is ready. Hydraulic pumps are off, fuel pumps are all set. Let's go ahead and start all engines with the auto start. 2 green lights. Auto start commences. In the meantime, we are going to start setting up our GPS. Basically, at this point, the flight engineer would carry out the engine start for us, and at the same time, we can do all the rest of the stuff that we need to do.
HN601, Aver.
Okay, so, then let's go ahead and start. So, BQNH today. Is 1014, okay. Oh no. Did I? No, don't do that to me.
And this is ground UPS 1653.
Ah, the INI built EFB is messing me over. I can't control my view anymore.
Push approved, facing west.
Come on. Don't do that to me, INI builds.
Brussels ground, please confirm gate.
We somehow need to get the EFB into view.
Lufthansa 4 Papa Zulu.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Right,
Hate that EFB function.
149 right for Lufthansa 4 Papa Zulu.
Okay, 1014, 761, 761. Okay, then we can start down here with the flight plan.
Berlin.
Is approved facing east, Beauty 1 for Tango.
So we're gonna depart Brussels towards Lima Delta Zulu Alpha.
Set parking bricks.
Zagreb.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Eurowings 8.
Select departure, and we've been cleared for the Sopok 5 Delta departure.
To stand 165 right via the inners and Romeo 4.
It is Sopok 5 Delta, runway 25 right, enter load.
What was it before? Eurowings 8.
Okay, now I've just got to type all those waypoints, which is taking a bit of time, so my apologies for those of you waiting now.
Ground,
So, after Sopok towards Itino.
Wait for the traffic behind me.
Tow track disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Next up,
Right is clear.
Oglor.
Delta Lima. That traffic appears to have taken a completely wrong turn and is turning to a stand, so I think
And then Banux.
Thank you so much.
Babek.
Beeline 02 Charlie, Reggie 5.
Beeline 02 Charlie, requesting clearance to Berlin.
Humom.
02 Charlie, Brussels delivery is on 121.9050, goodbye. 33
Lulut,
Kilo, contact
and
tower,
then we're
118.6,
almost
goodbye.
there.
186, thanks for asking 23, 50 kilo.
And after Lulut, we join the Lulut 1 Bravo arrival. So, procedure, select approach. Initially, we have planned the runway 22, so let's go ahead with the ILS Zulu approach runway 22. Our star should lead us towards, I don't really know, let's just put in vectors for now, and then en route we can still change that. Okay, that's the GPS prepared. Our engines are still starting. We've got half of them by now. You guys see why I'm doing it in this order, do you?
Beeline 7 Golf Zulu, squawk mode Charlie.
Okay, so here's a look at the charts as we are still starting up the engines. Sopok 5 Delta departure is taking us straight out to 8 dB from Bravo Uniform Bravo, so that means we'll need 14.6 on the radios.
Beauty 15 Tango, Brussels ground, taxi,
14.6, and thereafter it's going to be a left turn 106 inbounds Plymouth 13.1. Okay, 14.6, 13.1, we have Brussels identified, and that's all we can identify for now. And then for the courses, initially we are going to climb on the runway track, and thereafter 106 towards Plymouth.
Unreadable.
Okay, so 106 and 10.
Eurowings 81 Alpha, hold short of Sierra, please.
Oh boy.
Eurowings 81 Alpha.
Here we go, 106, 106.
UPS 1656.
And speed initially 460 kilometers an hour. There is no speed restriction on this one.
We can just wait behind the Airline.
That's wonderful, I've written it down.
Okay, and we finally got all 6 engines started. So while we're still doing some stuff over here, let's go ahead and start the APU shutdown procedure after we brought the engine generators on. So that's the generators down here, and then APU shutdown, shutdown. And for the speed, 460, very good. Navigation mode is armed. Okay, with that our pre-flight is complete. We'll do the briefing on the taxi, and that basically completes our procedures.
You here?
So you can close up.
Talking more, Charlie?
APU is shutting down, so bleeds can go off. Fire detectors off. APU master off. Quick check on the electricals. So generators on, rectifiers on, transformer rectifiers on, battery on, APU generator off. Okay. Then all we need, flap 2, reverse. Come on.
And V-line 5 Mike Alpha.
Doesn't want to arm? Oh, it wants to arm. Okay, flight control check.
V-line 5 Mike Alpha is able to push clear of the company A320.
Ah, which of course requires hydraulics. So hydraulics, 6 on, flight control check, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudders, left, right, neutral. Antonov 3120 Super, request taxi.
Antonov 3120, taxi holding point Alpha 7 via November 2, QNH 1014.
Holding point Alpha 7 via November 2, QNH 1014, Antonov 3120.
UPS 16156, follow the Antonov in front to holding point Alpha 7, QNH 1014.
Okay, so we basically go straight ahead initially. Alright, get out the lights, turn on the taxi lights, brake released.
Charlie, push brake.
Okay, straight ahead, first to the left, hold short of the runway.
KZ17, hello, ready for start.
UT15 Tango, contact tower, 118.6, bye.
118.6, Tango Tower.
V-line 2 Delta Lima, ready for taxi.
And Beluga is asking in the chat, are you flying VOR to VOR? No, we will be using the GPS, however for the SID, initially I'm going to use the raw data over here. I just prefer to fly raw data on this plane than flying with the GPS, because of the way how the HSI turns when the GPS sequences the waypoints. Makes it a little bit easier just to it just makes it a little bit easier to navigate the plane, in my opinion.
Antonov 3120, contact tower 118.6.
118.6, Antonov 3120, see you later.
UPS 1.
Alright, let's see that we're taxiing properly, like this. Southwest Tower, bonjour, Antonov 3120 Super at Alpha 7.
Antonov 3120, hello, hold position.
We are holding position, Antonov 3120. Correct phraseology in this case would just have been hold short runway 25 right, but...
Get 1656, hello, hold position.
And Agent DZN is asking, how do you activate the TCAS in the
Okay,
guy taking off there, I guess we'll cross after that. Activating the TCAS is basically through the transponder switch up there. So when you set this to TA or TARA, that basically activates the TCAS.
Duty 15 Tango, contact Brussels 129.575, bye bye.
129.575, repeating Tango Tower.
Ciao Luca. Antonov 3120, cross runway 25 right. Hey, the report vacated.
Cross runway 25 right, Wilco. Can we turn left onto the outers after the crossing, Antonov 3120?
Affirm.
Roger. Okay, so
GPS 1656
cross.
cross runway 25
Strobe
right.
lights
report
on.
vacated,
We're clear on
turn
the left.
on the outer softer.
Just runway 25 right, and we're behind the back 326 on the outer, get 1%.
Antonov Bureau 3120 super, run navigated. Okay, left onto outer.
Antonov 3120, thank you. Contact ground 118.050. Bye bye.
18050, Antonov 3120. See you later.
And
Ground follow again, Antonov Bureau 3120 on outer.
Antonov Bureau 3120, waiver correction, will you require full lane takeoff?
We can do Bravo 1.
Antonov Bureau 3120, taxi holding point Bravo 1 via the outers, QNH 1013.
QNH 1013, taxi holding point Bravo 1 via the outers, Antonov Bureau 3120. Okay, QNH 1013.
Tower 118.6.
118.
Set.
Beeline 2009. Beeline 7 Golf Zulu, request taxi as soon as the company traffic is ready.
That 747 really looks small behind the Antonov, doesn't it? That was a good catch down there in the chat. The difference between the two aircraft is really amazing, isn't it? Yeah, we are just taxiing a little bit fast here. 55 kilometers per hour basically equals 30 knots, and we really shouldn't go any faster than that. But it's so difficult to judge.
UPS 1656, taxi holding point Bravo 1 via outer QNH 1013.
via outer to Bravo 1 and QNH 1013.
Okay, we listen to 172, gate 147, request pushback.
Hey, do we fit beyond the bristles? Yes, but just. There's not a lot of space there. 88 meters wingspan. As far as I know, the largest, well, commercial aircraft, is hard to say on that topic, but one of the largest. There are only a couple other special utility aircraft that are larger than this, as far as I'm aware. However, since this is effectively also a special utility aircraft, that's a little bit easier said than done. Okay, so let's quickly review the takeoff briefing. This is going to be a left seat takeoff on the runway 25 right. Flaps will be full. Noise abatement procedure number 2. Takeoff speeds 255, and then we have no further speed restriction on this. We're going to contact departure when advised by air traffic control, and we fly the Sopark 5 Delta departure, which is straight ahead to 4,000 feet or HDME from Brussels VOR, whichever is later, and then make a left-hand turn onto bearing 106 inbound to Primont VOR, and by the time we reach Bullocks, which is at no DME published actually, so by the time we reach Bullocks we're going to call, we'll be on the departure frequency anyway and get further instructions. Initially we're going to fly draw data, which means we have tuned radio number, actually we can set this to VOR number 2 already. Alright, so raw data. Over here we are going to have Brussels VOR, and this is actually in nautical miles, so we will proceed until we have 8 miles over here and then a left-hand turn. Speed maximum 250 initially, and we actually need that since our clean speed is somewhere in the region of 240. Okay, any further questions? No? Very good. With that, our departure briefing is complete.
26 Whiskey Mike versus ground, good day. taxi to times 238 via
Park and brake set,
Niner.
lights off,
yeah.
and we can actually turn the strobes off as well.
Yeah.
Look at this. Okay, that's gonna get expensive here. Wow, that's what I call a last minute stop there of that UPS.
1303120, contact tower 118.6, goodbye.
118.6, Anton 3120, bye bye. Hello, Anton Bureau 3120 Super, ready for departure, but we'll need 2 minutes for engine run-up on the runway.
And Antonov 3120, Roger, hold position.
Yep, that's what we're doing anyway. Okay, so with that we are pretty much ready for departure. And
Hello.
just amazing, look at the difference between the 737 over there and the Antonov. Like that fuselage would literally fit inside our cargo hold.
2 Delta Lima, contact surface control 131.1, bye-bye.
131.1.
Okay, tower set hold position, so we are just going to maintain our position over here and not taxi forward to the top bar. And with that, I would say now's the time for waiting.
Located.
And Nova Corp saying if you separate the wings you can fit the whole 737. Yeah. Rob H, do your run up now. Well, if I do that, that UPS is gonna buy a new airplane. Yeah, if I start the run up now, that 747 is gonna be blown away. And maybe the A320 back there as well. But I wonder why the tower tells everybody to hold position. Like this guy's literally stuck in the middle of the crossing over there. So why would they do that? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Tower, beeline for Lima Bravo, runway vacated, Charlie 4.
Man, that's a lot of aircraft coming there.
Contact ground 118.050, bye-bye.
Who are them? If they really have to wait until we are airborne, and then they've got to apply the wake turbulence separation as well, that's going to be lovely for them. Okay, so departure frequency, I have no idea what it's going to be. We'll see.
Alpha 3120, line up, wait, runway 25 right.
Alpha 3120, line up and wait, runway 25 right. Okay. Line up and wait.
Versus Tower, beeline 17 Whiskey inbound, ILS 25 left.
Hello, beeline 17 Whiskey, wind 4905, runway 25 left, continue your approach.
Continue approach, beeline 17 Whiskey.
Etihad 46 X-ray, cross 19 and contact ground 118.050, bye-bye.
Cross 19 and ground 118.050, Etihad 46, bye-bye.
Okay, let's get the engine warm-up started, 70%. Brake set, and we've got 70%. The timer is at
Hands off 03120,
30.
wind 2905, runway 25 left, clear to takeoff.
Have left. Anton 03120, just confirm me on 25 right, and as advised, we need 2 minutes for engine warm-up.
Roger, no problem, and 25 right, clear to takeoff.
25 right, clear takeoff, we call you when we're rolling in 2 minutes, Anton 03120, super. Okay, so when that timer is down at the 30 seconds mark, we can extend the flaps. In the meantime, everything is set up over here. We can adjust the heading bug for the runway heading. That would definitely help. Okay, timer is at 1 minute. Flaps to full. Quick, one more flight control check here.
Beeline 5 Mike Alpha on my frequency.
Beeline 5 Mike Alpha.
Beeline 5 Mike Alpha,
Okay.
recycle squawk 1000.
1000
Beeline 3233 on my
Quick
frequency.
check on the engineer's panel, making sure everything's working. Hydraulics good, fuel is good, engines
There's a
are
Beeline
looking
17 whiskey, go
good. Okay,
Apologies,
so
Beeline 17 whiskey, flight standard missed, climb
window
3,
heat
climb
on
4000, contact
and
thrust control 1 3
EME
1
on.
correction 129.5.
Okay, 20 more seconds.
Going to 129.5.
Flaps are full.
For Beeline
Very
17.
good, we're ready to go. The moment the time is up,
575.
we can just release
575.
the brakes and then we go. And that was a nice overspeed warning of that guy. Okay, 30 seconds. Brake off. Full thrust. Antonov 03120 super, we are rolling.
Thank you.
150
Beeline
kilometers an
5
hour.
Mike Alpha, line up wind.
And takeoff
25
thrust is set, indications normal. Do a little gust here. Okay, rotate. You're up. Positive rate.
UPS 1656, confirm you need backtrack. You are unable Bravo 1.
Hello, we are able, Bravo 1. We can just mix from here.
Now negative, sir. You are number 2 in sequence now.
Roger, we're number 2.
Then 3233, hello.
Okay,
taxi to
accelerate.
Bravo 1 on your right,
Flaps
straight ahead.
25.
Hands off 03120, contact Brussels control 131.1, bye bye.
131.1, Anton 03120, bye bye. Okay, flaps 15. Flaps 2.
Beeline 5 Mike Alpha, wind 2905, runway 25 right.
Okay, I'm just cheating using my pilot client to set the using my pilot client here to set the frequency. Russell, hello, Anton 03120 super, passing 2500, climbing flight level 60, Sobok 5 Delta. Thumbs up, thrust 112.
Brussels control identified 2800 feet, climb flight level 170.
Climb flight level 170, Anton 03120 super. At 8 miles we start the turn.
Beeline 17 whiskey, turn left heading.
Quick check, flight level 170 equals
Left
5,200 meters. Okay, 8 miles, starting the left turn. We are on standard altimeter already. Going between the clouds, not through them, so we don't need anti-ice. Very good. Approaching the radial down here, that's very nice. And then we're gonna establish on that radial inbound to Splimont. When we're on the radial, we're going to eventually flick on the autopilot, stabilize everything, and then switch over to GPS navigation. It's just, in my opinion, easier to fly a departure like this than to use the GPS for this. Okay. On the radio, let's start the acceleration. We're looking for 550 kilometers an hour.
Flight level 140.
Flying a fast schedule today. Then we can switch off the lights and retract them.
Antonov 31, correction, Antonov Bureau 3120, super contact control 129.575.
129.575, Antonov 3120, super, bye bye.
Beeline 3 Lima Zulu, descend altitude 4,000 feet, QNH.
A 129er.
Lapsgap 280, hello, radar contact.
Okay, speed looks good, 550 kilometers an hour.
It is cargo, Lapsgap 280.
Nice.
Lapsgap 280, cleared Olno for Alpha arrival, expect ILS 25 right.
So let's check that once more. We're showing on the active track here.
LNO for Alpha
Good.
arrival.
Then
Expect runway 25 right. Lapsgap 280.
GPS navigation, let's go direct to that next point. We are pretty much on the route already.
Let's 6 on Papa, the wind 2507 knots, runway 24, clear to land. Clear to land.
Enter, activate. Okay. Russell Solo, Antonov Bureau 3120 super, climbing flight level 170.
Antonov Bureau 3120, radar contact, climb flight level 240.
Climb flight level 240, Antonov Bureau 3120. Yeah, that should be somewhere over there. So, autopilot on. Nav mode engaged. Accelerating back towards 550 kilometers an hour. Auto throttle can go on. Well, not yet. We'll do it once we are in the speed hold mode.
Antonov Bureau 3120, direct to Sopok.
Alright, Sopok, Antonov Bureau 3120. Okay, Sopok, direct, enter, activate. Okay, speed looks good. Speed stabilization mode is on. Auto throttle on. Then let's see, cleared level is 240 and that equals 7,315 meters.
Please take in Lapsgap 280.
Yep, third time, Lapsgap 280.
Pretty much like this.
Lima November Oscar.
Okay. So, I would say that was a successful departure. Because range 40 means we can see a little bit more traffic over here, if there is any around. And with that, we are on the way.
Contact Maastricht on 126.0.
126.0, Antonov Bureau 3120, bye. A 126.0.
Direct Nifno, Lufthansa 346.
Maastricht, good evening. Antonov Bureau 3120 super, passing level 203, climbing 240 in Mount Sobok.
Antonov Bureau 3120 Maastricht, identify flight level 310.
Climb flight level 310, Antonov Bureau 3120. I'm just first of all setting that a little bit higher so that the plane continues the climb, and then 310 equals 9,448 meters. So 9,448. Okay. So, the plane is climbing. We are established in the climb. looks like we've done pretty much everything. Now the time starts where we can start relaxing a little bit more and where we are on the way.
Papa 1-3 Romeo Delta direct Airline.
Direct Airline, Alpha 1-3 Romeo.
And
049 F2 report heading to Brussels 129.5.
so, looking at a couple of the comments there, Mythic Sim Pilot, takeoff pitch is interesting. Yeah, it's indeed. The thing with the takeoff pitch in the Antonov is the plane is underdeveloped. Basically, the way I understood it from what IndyBuild said on their Discord is that the real plane was still in development when they ran out of budget, but the Soviets insisted that the plane goes flying. So basically they went flying with an unfinished airplane, and they've never really finished it. And that is, for example, the reason why every takeoff and every landing is done with full flaps, regardless of the weight of the plane. And of course, since the vast majority of the payloads that we have in this aircraft fill out the cargo space inside, but don't weigh as much as the maximum load that this plane makes possible, we often fly hundreds of tons below our maximum takeoff weight. Let's have a look at that. So we can see right now we're a gross weight of 390 tons. That is nothing. 390. The plane could go at 640. You can see down here on the graphical representation how much load there actually is in each of the three spaces. And we've got 63 tons of cargo loaded in terms that we have these two fire trucks down here. But the plane is really, really light. And so if you do a flap full takeoff with such a light airplane, of course it's going to lift off the moment you pull the nose up a degree or two. Climb flight level 350, direct Bahnhof, Antonov 03120. Okay, that should be somewhere here. So direct to Bahnhof, direct to enter, activate.
Hello, you want to confirm you see our flights and we're flying direct.
Okay, so converter, flight level 350 equals 10,668.
Romeo Echo Romeo November Alpha. The guy from before gave us a very weird direction, so yeah, that's why I'm here.
So 10668, that's it. The same, by the way, with the flight model goes for the landing. So this plane is pretty prone to landing on the nose wheels because flap 35 can get you down at 550 tons, but we can be like 200 tons lighter than that, and so obviously we'll have quite a pitch down moment there on the final. So you really need to carefully flare the plane in order to avoid a nose wheel landing. The same, by the way, goes for the flap retraction and flap extension speeds. They never did any mathematics to figure out where the minimum clean speed would be and where the optimum flap extension and the optimum flap retraction speeds would be. They just didn't do that when they developed this plane. And therefore, the pilots basically always retract the flaps at the same speeds, regardless of the weight. For example, the flap retraction schedule in this is flaps 35 to 25 at 330 kilometers an hour, flaps 25 to 15 at 390, flaps 15 to flap 2 at 405, and then flaps 2 to flaps up at 440. That is the schedule they follow. Okay, reaching Mach 0.74, so Mach stabilization mode is enabled, maintaining the Mach number now for the climb. Okay, so yeah, the Soviets just never determined those speeds for the airplane, and that's the reason why the plane behaves quite different depending on the different speeds. The same, by the way, goes for the liftoff after rotation. You rotate at the blue bug, and you do the initial climb at the yellow bug. That's 50 kilometers an hour you've got to gain there. So basically, when you lift the nose of the plane, you only aim for about 1,000 feet a minute, which only is a couple degrees in the rotation, and you keep accelerating the plane until you reach the yellow bug, and only then you pitch up until you pass 1,000 feet above field elevation, where you lower the nose again to start the acceleration for flap retraction. So that's you flew aircraft like this 50 years ago. The 737-200 would be flown like that. Like, the minimum clean speed would always be 210 regardless of the actual weight. Flap 1 speed always 190, flap 5 speed always 170. 124.725, Antonov 3120, bye bye. So 124.725.
Laying in radar grading, Swan01 X-ray level 360.
Swan01 X-ray, hello, squawk 1000.
1000 to Swan01 X-ray.
Long radar, hello, Antonov 3120 super, passing level 297, climbing 350 inbound bounds.
Antonov 3120 super, long hello, identified. Direct Barbek.
Eric Barbek, Antonov 3120.
Lang on radar, good afternoon, enter 14 with
hey, direct to Barbek.
Enter 14, hello, identified.
What's that message? Approaching VNAV profile, I don't care.
What's that 771
With 771, descent flight level 11.
Then, Andrew, do you find the pitch trim moves too much when you input a trim change? Yes, I do. It's far too much. In fact, I find it impossible to trim the plane correctly. So yeah, they definitely need to do something on that pitch trim. It's much, much, much too sensitive. In any airplane I've flown in real life, that includes the Cessnas, the Pipers, and of course the 737, the trim was always super precise. You could trim the plane perfectly, but that's not the case in this one. They need to do something about that trim. The only good news is that it's not all that hard to actually trim. The plane just doesn't need too much of trim. So if you have a speed change there of 50 kilometers an hour, you can hold it quite precisely with the control column only. Of course, that's like not the very best, but it works, and it works well. So I'm happy with that I don't need to do too much more there.
Information Quebec, Iris Yankee 25 right.
This is Yankee 25 right, 3 off and copy information, Quebec.
And Amber 167, still information Quebec for you, runway 25 left.
25 left, information Quebec, Amber 167.
Atari 826 Charlie,
Atari 826 Charlie, Roger, Quebec. Austrian 55 Echo Zulu, descent to reach flight level 270 at Urugu.
And Steven, you know what this plane makes me wish? We had more of in flight sims, other dedicated cargo jet like the C5s and C-17s. Actually, I fully agree with you, Steven. Would be so nice to have a C5 Galaxy or something the likes. But we have something nice to start with over here, so that's something already.
270 at Urugu.
Then Ray, how does the Antonov handle in general? Do you enjoy hand flying the beast? I really enjoy it. How does it handle? Well, first thing said, of course, I've never flown a real Antonov, and I haven't seen too much video material on it, so I can't tell you exactly if the handling is 100% realistic. But what I can tell you is that it reacts really nice to the control inputs that you make, and that is in fact something that a lot of pilots of Soviet planes have said those aircraft do. They seem to be aerodynamically really well balanced for handling by the pilots. And that's something that I really notice over here. The plane is really easy to fly manually. Really easy. Except for the trim. And, of course, I find it a little bit hard to judge how 640 tons of weight handle in the air. But seeing that the thing got huge control surfaces, I mean, look at that. If we are up here, we've got these huge ailerons over there, and look at those elevators back here. My bet is that those elevators alone have the surface of the entire vertical stabilizer of the 737. So, the thing's got huge control surfaces, so it is believable that it handles the way it handles in the sim, even at high weights. There is nothing grossly wrong with it, let's put it that way. I wouldn't recognize something that is like really grossly off. By the way, did I ever mention how much I love the look that we have here right now? When you're looking at the plane from the back and you just see that huge stabilizer and tail and those huge swept wings. You look at that wing sweep, that is an enormous angle. To my knowledge, the 747 has the strongest wing sweep in all of aviation at 45 degrees. Well, at least in all of commercial aviation. But this is really getting close. This is really close.
Delta Foxtrot 622 for Amber 17.
What's also interesting is looking at the stabilizer over here. You can see that the stabilizer is fixed in position, it is not trimmable. So pitch trim works entirely based on the elevators up here. And I don't have any confirmed information on that, but looking at the shape of the horizontal stabilizer here, I wouldn't be surprised if this actually works as a wing and generates a lot of lift. Like looking at the position of the wings as well, they seem to be a little bit forward of the middle of the plane. Like this is about the middle, so the center of lift from the wings is probably in front of the center of gravity. So you have the lift from the tailplane that holds the plane up as well. That's something that you don't see a lot with Western-made planes. With most of the Western planes, the stabilizer actually needs to produce negative lift, as in a downforce, in order to balance the airplane. So, what's the plane doing right now? Climbing 100 feet too high.
Amber 167, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1.
I don't know why it's doing what it's doing, but you are supposed to be descending, my friends.
Lufthansa 3 Alpha, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Okay, thank you, I've seen what I wanted to see.
And Antonov 3120, radar contact flight level 354 and still climbing. Confirmed clear level was 350.
Antonov 3120 affirm, and the autopilot's varying a little bit up and down over here, but lovely Microsoft Flight Simulator, you know that.
Okay, yeah, issue is traffic is 7 miles at 11 o'clock, flight level 360, so yeah, but I see you descending, thank you.
Yep, I just can't guarantee that it's actually going to level off at the correct level. It seems to be going a little bit up and down right now, of course, show effect. So, 10668, that's where we're supposed to be. We're at 10650 right now. Look at that, it's not maintaining the altitude.
And PUG 3 Victor Kilo also leaving my airspace München is not there.
Why on earth is it doing this? Come on, airplane.
PUG 15 Tango also monitor Honeycomb, should not choose.
Okay, no, autopilot off. Let's fly back onto the correct level. Has anybody of you seen it do that yet? So far it's always maintained my altitude within like 20 or 30 feet. And as we could see right now, it didn't even react to our inputs. But well, I'm just going to stabilize it manually at flight level 350, and then we'll put the autopilot back on. Of course, if this happened in real life, we would have to tell the controller that we're unable RVSM, and then we'd probably have to descend flight level 280 or below.
Turkish 406, left heading 280, cleared IDC Yankee.
Okay, here we are again. Let's try once more. Autopilot. Nav hold. Vertical hold. Mach number hold. Why is it starting the descent again?
Super 90 Romeo, uniform request for
Up 10,668? That's 10,660? Come on, just maintain your altitude, my friend.
D7 flight level 15, Super 90 Romeo, uniform.
And circuits, you name it. You leave the cockpit for 30 seconds and then Murphy's Law kicks in.
26, this means 0 with 391, bye-bye.
Okay, now it looks pretty okay. If it's able to maintain this, I'm happy. Antonov 3120, looks like we're able to maintain the level now, but if that stuff happens again, we might have to leave obvious MR space.
Yep, Antonov 3120, yep, no noise at all. We actually didn't get a ATC request, so it's half an accident that I'm here. München and Wien won't be there, so it's gonna be Honeycomb land anyway.
Roger.
Turkish 406.
Okay then, TCAS into below. Interesting that the controller says there's traffic 7 miles ahead and we don't see anything on the TCAS. Is the thing actually on? Oh, no it's not. Okay. That's of course a reason. Let's see if we get to see anything now.
GPS 1656 short, Eric Babek.
One guy along over there, but that doesn't seem to be the guy he was talking about. He said there was a guy 7 miles ahead. No idea where that guy 7 miles ahead is. Doesn't show up on our TCAS for sure. Antonov 3120, did you say there was an aircraft 7 miles ahead of us?
Antonov 3120, that aircraft is now 50 miles behind you. That was opposite direction.
Roger, thank you. We were just wondering about our TCAS already.
Well, nope, that should be okay.
Roger, thanks.
Amber 16.
Okay, so that stuff seems to be solved.
Clear ILS 25 left.
Okay, so if we just assume for a second that this thing is actually gonna fly correctly now, then why don't we just about go ahead and have a look at least a bit of general approach planning. So, arrival, weather, 12082, Kavok, 6 degrees, 10101. Okay. So I guess with that wind probably landing northbound, so we might have to go down here Lulu 1 Alpha to Papa India Sierra. Unless they have runoff arrivals as well, which I guess they do. So let's have a look. It's gonna be ILS 04 then. Gotla. Do we have any start towards Gotla?
Flight level 370, Delta 903.
No, but we have one towards Exxon. And where's Exxon? Over here. Okay, so that's a possibility of what we might fly. Let's check the other one. That leads us to Kotor. Oh, that's for the other runway. Okay. So probably Lulu to Zulu arrival then. And then the Kotor transition.
With Air 771 leaving my airspace, monitor Unicom 122.8.
So let's see what that looks like.
Beeline 2 Delta Lima leaving my airspace, München is nicht da, monitor Unicom 122.8. Bye-bye.
LS 04 via Exxon we said, I believe. Yes, we did. Load, yes, and then arrival. Load to Zulu, runway 04.
Bavarian Vice was 1 leaving my airspace, München is not there, monitor Unicom, cheers. Pendular advice was 1 meter, Honeycomb, there was...
Hey, what do the charts say for our descent? Ulut. That's like rather close to the airport already. I guess if we plan Lulut at level 100, that should be fine.
Hammer 167, contact tower 119.9.
119.9 at Amber 117.
Vina. Level 100, and we want that 0 miles E4 Ulut. At a vertical profile of 2,500 feet a minute. Topper descent in 35 minutes. Okay, nice. Heading block is also synchronized. Okay, well, so we are in cruise then. And Andrew, what is the range of an empty Antonov with full tanks? Well, that is actually a lot. I don't think there is... Well, there is, but in kilometers, something like 15,000. But on SimBrief I was able to plan a flight from Frankfurt to Perth in Australia. So that was like an 18-hour flight that I could plan without any problems in the Antonov. And Rob age, 9,600 miles. Yeah, that could roughly be. That could make sense. I mean, let's have a look at those fuel tanks over here. Look at that. We're doing a 600-mile flight over here, and the fuel tanks are almost showing empty. If we calculate this up, you know, this is roughly 5,000 per tank, so we're at 30 tons of fuel right now, which is only 10% of the maximum the plane can carry. The plane can carry 300 tons of fuel.
Thank you, bye-bye.
So, take it from there, you know. The plane's got a huge range, something about 15,000 kilometers-ish. Funnily enough, when you load the cargo holds full, then the range drops drastically to only 4,000 kilometers. So that's some 2,000 and a bit nautical miles. And the reason for that is, if we look at the different weights of the airplane, the empty weight is 265 tons. It's got a maximum payload of 255 tons and maximum takeoff weight of 640 tons. So, comparing the different weights of the plane, if we load up a full complement of cargo, then we can take only about 50% of fuel. And of course, the extra weight of the plane makes the fuel usage a lot higher, and thereby reduces range as well. And Rob, will you do the cross the pond in it? Well, honestly, that might be possible, provided I've actually got some off time on my next cross the pond. Because on the last two ones I've been unlucky and I had to work every day, so I couldn't really fly across the pond. But if I've actually got off on the next one, then I might very well consider using the Antonov for that. However, the plane is really slow, so I know that everybody on the across the pond always maxes out the speed of their aircraft and always flies the red line. And if you look at the red line in the Antonov, we are currently a little bit below that, but we are doing 0.76 right now. The majority of guys flying across the pond, 0.86 would be a slow speed, and we are going a lot less than that. Like if we compare the speeds, we are doing 800 knots true airspeed right now, and if we want that in knots, then 800 divided by 1.852.
3120 super, leaving my airspace. München ist wie gesagt nicht da. Monitor Honeycomb, 122.8, mach's gut.
Monitor 122.8, Antonov 3120, vielen Dank, tschüss.
UPS 1656, same goes to you, leaving my airspace.
Okay, 1228. So yeah, doing a little bit of mathematics here, the 800 kilometers an hour true airspeed that we're flying right now, if you divide that by 1.852 to get your speed in knots, then you end up at 430 knots true airspeed in the cruise over here. And the optimum would be even a bit slower at 0.74. So the plane is going really slow compared to all the other Western modern built aircraft that we would normally see on a cross a pond event. So you would literally become an airway brake over there, slowing everybody else down. And I'm pretty sure the controllers at the cross the pond would not really like that. On top of that, if you fly the Antonov on such a long range, you would end up at the maximum takeoff weight if you carry a decent amount of cargo, and that would mean that at the max takeoff weight the plane only goes to about flight level 280, and that is actually below the flight levels for the North Atlantic tracks. So the North Atlantic tracks usually start somewhere in the region around 310. So if you flew such a long distance at max takeoff weight in the Antonov, you would probably fly below the cross the pond event and not even into it. But of course it would still be an interesting thing to try out, and yeah, if the opportunity comes up, then I would certainly be interested in doing it. And Andrew, bring the Concorde. I tell you what, Andrew, I've always wanted a decent Concorde so that I could fly across the pond both ways, while the rest of the guys flies it one way. I've really hoped to do that one day. Ben, Manuel, hi. You were using the Thrustmaster Boeing Yoke, right?
8558, climb flight
How
level 320.
are you able to put the gear lever on off? Mine gets blocked up when using the yoke lever. Yeah, with those yokes that have, or generally with any hardware that has a gear lever in it in Maxstar Flight Simulator, you basically need to reverse the assignment. So put the gear down command on the up position and the other way around, and then set them to trigger when the button is released. So that way it doesn't notice anything when the button is in the up position. And Brandon, the Concorde that is out now isn't good. To be honest, I don't really know. A lot of people I know who have flown the Concorde that's currently released told me that they are not really happy with it and that it would be very, very basic. I might give it a try at one point, but most people say that it's really basic, and therefore I didn't really give it a try yet. Now, I'm really waiting for Flight Sim Labs to release their Concorde. They had one for Flight Simulator X like 10 years ago, and that was really good Concorde simulation. So, Antonov 3120, go ahead.
Yep, we're wondering, we're going to be also going to Zagreb, where you've been watching the show in the height. We're wondering how much time do we need for the damage for you?
You mean how much time or how much distance?
How much time, because we're running on a holding pattern.
Okay, let me check real quick. I believe we're looking at something like 15 minutes or so, but we should have ATC online over there, so they should cover us anyway.
Alright, got you.
Yeah, top of descent in 26 minutes, then we'll need roughly 20 minutes for the descent, so we're looking at something like 45 until we land over in Zagreb. And a UPS, just wondering if, what is your Mach number?
We're currently going Mach 49er, so if you want...
You can overtake as well, we're doing 7.6 up here.
You guys are going a bit slow, okay?
Yeah, we can't go that fast. But if you want to overtake, that's fine for me. Okay, that is actually what Honeycomb is good for. Speaking to the other guys and coordinating with them. And Brandon, Mach 0.9, sheesh, what are they flying? and they're flying a 747-8. And remember what I told you earlier on, that on the Cross the Pond everybody is pretty much flying the red line? 0.9 is the red line in the 747-8. So that guy is redlining it as well. But yeah, it's always funny when I fly the Cross the Pond event, and everybody is always redlining their aircraft, and then...
And that's no 1-0 from UK 1 where it needs to slow down to Mark 45.
Keep it going as you like. Air traffic control is going to settle it by the time we get there. We are just going to separate ourselves using TCAS. So yeah, on the Cross the Ponds, you know, everybody is redlining their aircraft, and I've flown a couple of Cross the Ponds with some little bit slower aircraft. I've flown one with the A330 and two with the Boeing business jet. And in the A330, your maximum range speed is somewhere in the region of about 0.80, and of course in the 737 it's somewhere around 7.7, 7.8-ish. And then you get to the oceanic clearances, and the controllers ask you, oh, can you do 0.86? And you tell them, well, if I'm doing 8.6 now in the 330, then I'm gonna burn up all my reserve fuel. Then, oh yeah, so do 8.6 please. Then you fly 8.6, you get to your destination, or you get close to your destination, they start putting you in the holds, and then you tell them like, yeah, we can't hold for that long, because we burned all our reserve fuel en route because they wanted us to go fast. And then all they tell you is, yeah, so why didn't you take more? And you tell them, well, we departed with maximum fuel in the tanks. And we would have had an hour up here if they allowed us to fly decent speed, but because everybody redlines their airplane, we just couldn't take any more fuel, so that's our reserves burned up. And I've had different experiences then with what they do on the Cross the Ponds if you tell them that, because basically you tell them you've brought the extra fuel and they used it up in the en route environment already. And some airports are really nice, mostly in the US. I found that they will normally make you number one then when you tell them you don't have reserve anymore, because you did bring it, but it was used by previous controllers. Normally they take you in front of the queue and you get a shortcut in, but I've had cases, especially in Europe, where they tell you, okay, then divert to your alternate. And that is something that I always find a bit of a pity in general on VATSIM. If the controllers mess something up and cause a situation with that, like for example, they put you in a holding until you're out of fuel, then you tell them you're running low on fuel and they tell you cancel emergency or disconnect from the network. That is something that I find not very nice, to be honest, because it's something that the pilots didn't really mess up, but the controllers brought themselves into that situation, and yeah, then they just tell you to disconnect from the network because they don't want to resolve the situation, you know? Anyway, that little part on my rant. However, it is worth saying that things have gotten a lot better over the recent years on the Cross the Pond events, and by now I even have the feeling that they could give out more slots once again, because there is more space between the different aircraft. It was quite bad on the Cross the Pond event like 10 years ago when there were no slots published, or rather when there were slots published, but the amount of slots was quite a lot and they didn't do proper... yeah, they just didn't do proper planning. And then you had holdings of like 2 hours or something over the destination airport. That was quite messy, but nowadays things have gotten a lot quieter there, and especially since they introduced that ADS-C simulation where you no longer have to do position reports over the Atlantic. The Cross the Pond has, in my opinion, become a little bit boring as well, because then it's really like sitting there for 8 hours, maybe spending half an hour trying to get your oceanic clearance, which is always a little bit of an adventure during the Cross the Pond, but that stuff happens. And apart from that, the last couple of Cross the Ponds that I've flown have actually become rather boring, because the amount of traffic has really reduced compared to the years before that. Now, talking about the across the pond and about flying oceanic, there is a question from Circuits in the chat there. Do commercial planes use Unicom in real life? And the answer to that is, depends. Mostly over the Atlantic Ocean, they actually do use Unicom in order to talk to one another, inquire about turbulence, and checking about the tactical offsets that other aircraft are using. So in oceanic environments, they often talk to one another. And that is basically where, well, they don't use Unicom as in on VATSIM for that. So 1 to 2.8 is not a frequency that is used like that in real life. However, they just use 1 to 3.45 in real life for that communication. And often enough, when you are checking in on the oceanic frequency, you're listening out to whom the guy in front of you and the guy behind you might be. And the same goes for the guy above and below you, so that in case you encounter turbulence and stuff like that, you can talk to the others, see how the conditions are at other flight levels, and that kind of stuff. So in the oceanic environment, that is really done. And also in Africa, by the way. Basically south of the northernmost countries in Africa, so basically from the Sahara Desert southbound, there are a lot of countries that don't have air traffic control en route. So over there, aircraft also have to talk to one another and apply their own separation. But then, of course, there's really not that much traffic flying in that area, so it's not that much of an issue. In all other parts of the world, especially in Europe, we don't have any Unicom frequency or anything the likes, so whenever something... You know, whenever you want to know something, you just ask air traffic control. For example, if we are entering a turbulent area, then we would just ask air traffic control if they have another aircraft on our route ahead whom they could ask for turbulence, and then ATC does it for you. Hence, Steven, I always tell the North Atlantic controllers I don't have cell call or CPDLC just to do position reports for fun. Yeah, that's quite a fun thing. Unfortunately, whenever I did that, they always turned me down and said like, no, we simulate that stuff automatically, you don't have to do anything about it. And then they always turned me down on that. That was a little bit unfortunate, but, well, that's it. So, let's see. Top of descent in 18 minutes, and that is for Lulut at flight level 100. Okay. We can start thinking ahead a little bit over here and maybe talk to the arrival controllers, seeing at what altitude they want us to be when we eventually get there. They have a tower online and the ground at our destination, very good. And then of course there is Adria radar for the en route sector, so that's hopefully gonna work out. By the way, let's check that TCAS real quick to see where the UPS is whom we talked to earlier on. So TCAS above, and he is in front of us already, nice. 6,000 above, so he's flying in flight level 410. If we switch the range down a bit, let's see, 12-mile range. So he's something like 3 miles ahead of us already, so it's not going to be a problem. UPS from Antonov 3120.
Antonov.
Oh, looks like you've overtaken us already by some 6 miles. Could you advise us when you start your descent?
Yes, of course, I'll just contact the first to let them know. But yeah, that's great. When do you plan on switching to the Super?
Basically whenever they give us a contact me. We've planned level 100 at Lulut for now, and in the descent we plan 280 knots, so if you stay quicker than that it shouldn't be a problem.
Alright, yeah, we're planning 270 on the descent, but yeah, we'll go up to 280. We'll see how.
Perfect, thanks. Okay, so let's see. He's 6 miles in front of us already, so I guess by the time we start the descent, basically what controllers and VATSIM aim for is to have 10 miles of separation between aircraft when they hand them to the subsequent sector. So he's 6 miles ahead of us by now, so pretty sure that by the time we actually start the descent and by the time we get to talk to the arrival controllers, we will have those 10 miles of separation. So with that, the separation issue is basically solved as well. But I'm going to keep the Takeoff on this mode so that we can see him.
And you're about 2,000 feet below us for this one.
Say again, please?
Just to confirm, you're about 2,000 feet below us.
We're at flight level 350.
Okay.
Very nice, by the way, that this guy is always reachable on Honeycomb. That is really the kind of coordination between aircraft that Honeycomb is made for. A lot of times when I'm flying online, I find that people barely use Honeycomb if they monitor it at all. I've so often called for other people when they were getting close, or when I tried to establish some sort of separation on the arrivals, and on the majority of times I've not been able to reach the other guys. Now it's really nice to see that this guy is actually very responsive, and that this guy is actually doing a very good job there on Honeycomb, coordinating. And hello there in the chat, Julio Garcia. I'm UPS 1656. Well, thank you very much, Julio. I hope that you've heard the nice stuff that I just said about you. Really good job there coordinating with one another. Then Grinder is asking, hello there, I just want to ask, as someone who is new to Microsoft Flight Simulator but done digital combat sim for years, what would be the most essential thing to focus on learning to eventually go into VATSIM? Now, I'm not too familiar with military flying, Grinder, so I'm not too familiar with the kind of operations you guys are doing in DCS. But in my opinion, the most essential parts there for the civil part of aviation is to be able to do radio communication and flying SIDS and stars. I do believe in military aviation it's mostly radar vectoring, so in the commercial part you gotta be able to fly SIDS and stars, and I would say the most important thing is to get hold of your autopilot actually, to understand what all the different modes do and how you can use them in order to comply with ATC requests. So understanding what LNAV does, what VNAV does, that stuff surely is similar to some of the functions you have on the combat aircraft in DCS, but in civil aviation those modes are usually a bit more sophisticated than they are in combat aircraft. And Steven, I only did cross a pond once and didn't find it as enjoyable as just oceanic flying on a normal day. Too many planes and too controlled for your liking. Yeah, I somewhat agree with you. It is quite controlled in that they try to stick a lot to their standard script, and it loses a bit of the flexibility that we would normally have. But I guess they somewhat have to do it, seeing that on VATSIM there are a lot of let's say, non-professional pilots, to put it that way. Which is in no way meant as anything negative, don't get me wrong there. It's just that when you don't have two highly trained guys in each cockpit of each of those aircraft, they might just have to give up on a bit of flexibility in order to make life a little bit easier for, well, pretty much everybody involved. And Grander, yes, we do indeed mostly radar vectoring and flying by waypoints, but yeah, there is a lot of differences. I've been taking classes by Mentor Pilot and Airline Pilot Performance, so I know the basics. Well, that is very good, Grinder. Honestly, try to learn that phraseology, and when you're able to control your airplane on a basic standard departure, standard arrival and en route environment, then don't hesitate and go online on VATSIM. And maybe don't fly on the very busy events at first, but pick yourself some airports that are a little bit smaller, or where there just is not that much traffic, but where there are controllers online. For example, on many minor airports in Germany, like Dortmund or Paderborn or Karlsruhe, Baden-Baden, there is often a tower controller online, and often in the evenings between 1900 and 2100 UTC, In wintertime, you have ATC available there en route as well. So give those a shot. And, you know, in the end, when you know the basics about radios and the basics about flying the aircraft, then you are halfway there already. And the rest of it really comes down to experience then. So that's what I would recommend you to do. So the UPS is already more than 12 miles out, so separation with him is no problem at all anymore. Let's see what the GPS says. Begin descent in 10 minutes time. Very good. Quick check then. And the back over here. Fuel. It's looking good. 4,000 per tank. It would be very nice to have a fuel flow gauge over here so that we could actually judge like what those 4,000 per tank are actually worth it. We can have a look in the operational flight plan in the top where it gives us the average fuel flow as well, and it estimates the average fuel flow at 13.6 tons per hour. So 13.6, if we take that and divide it by 6 engines, it's basically 2,300 kilograms per hour per engine. So seeing that we have 6 tanks, that means we have fuel for an hour and a half right now. We're going to use less fuel in the descent, so we'll probably arrive at the destination with something around maybe 45 to 50 minutes of fuel on board. That would be my guesstimation right now. Which is quite okay. Like, normally in the airlines we land with something around 60 minutes of fuel left in the tanks, so we are a little bit on the low side there at the moment, which is interesting seeing that we took quite a bit of extra fuel before departure. But, yeah, I would say that's sufficient. But we're going to remember that extra fuel for the next sector that we're going to fly, so that on the next sector we're actually going to take a little bit extra fuel as well. Fly Coco 737, would you say a Boeing 737-700 is able to fly the Thrustmaster in April without stopping? Maybe. But what I would recommend you, if you have the PMDG 737-700 package, there is also the Boeing Business Jet included in that package. And the Boeing Business Jet got a range of 6,000 nautical miles when you have the full set of auxiliary tanks installed. So I would recommend you don't take a 737-700, but take the Boeing Business Jet. And that one absolutely has the range for the Cross-a-Pond event. And Andrew, the hardest part for me is copying down instructions, especially when they have an accent. Yeah, I do agree with you. That's a little bit of a thing there. And Grinder, do you know if Sweden has any active VATSIMers? Yes, absolutely. We see Stockholm online quite often. So that's definitely something you can give a try. I would recommend you to search for a website where you can see ATC bookings. For example, my favorite website over there is StatSim. I'm going to give you the link to that in the chat right now. Here you go. That is where I usually check which ATC positions are booked for the day, and looking at that, I then determine where I'm going to fly. And if we go through this right now, then Sweden actually has a couple positions booked right now, namely Stockholm Approach, Stockholm Tower, and Center. So yes, Sweden definitely has some active VATSIMers there. Okay, before we're going to start the... Antonov 3120, go ahead.
From UPS. What time are you estimating your top of?
In approximately 8 minutes, but you are more than 10 miles ahead of us, so you can descend without getting into any conflict.
Thank you. I just want to say, are you on Volanta or anything? So I can you
Sim toolkit, but no, sorry, not on Volanta there. But just use your TCAS and set it to the below mode, and you should be able to see me like 10 miles behind.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate it.
Welcome. Okay, so we are short of starting our descent already. Proper descent in 5 minutes. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of the arrival preparation. And maybe the most important thing there is to get the ATIS. So let's see if they have something online. 124575.
To departure, contact Adria radar on 130.5. Pleaso Airport 8 is information Echo 1730, wind 100 degrees, 2 knots, cab OK, temperature +6, 2.0, UNH 1011, transition level, flight level 110, runway in use 04, expect IELS Zulu approach, after departure contact Adria radar on 130.5.
Okay, so ILS runway 04 is expected. Back on the Honeycomb here. So let's have a look at what the ILS 04 actually holds for us. Provided I find my sim toolkit. There it is. Okay, so ILS approach runway 04, which is basically what we have expected up here, 109.5043. Oh boy, sometimes this is really annoying. And that's a contact me from Adria, 130.45. Nice.
Flavia 77, Unicom 122.1.
122.8, bye-bye.
Adria radar, good evening. Antonov Euro 3120 Super, flight level 350 in Mount Luluj.
Antonov 3120, Adria identified. UPS 1656, Adria radar, you are identified. Descent level 130, Lulu to Zulu arrival.
Okay, Lulu to Zulu arrival, we're probably gonna get the same. Yeah, Lulu to Zulu is what we've entered as well, very good. So, back to setting the courses.
Antonov 32, question Antonov 3120, are you able for the Arnav arrival?
Antonov 3120, affirm.
Roger, clear Lulu to Zulu arrival.
Cleared Lulu to Zulu arrival, Antonov 3120. Okay, that's what we've entered in the GPS already. So let's continue our setup. 109.5. And 109.5. Okay. And we've got a couple NDBs over there as well, so let's just quickly go to the navigator station here. So we've got an NDB on 325.
And the radar here for UPS 122. It's possible for you to give us a precision. I cannot find it.
And the missed approach is straight ahead to Zagreb VOR 13.7. Okay. We'll set 13.7 in here.
1656, you should have.
Okay, minimum is 200 AGL, that equals 60 meters, so let's go ahead and pre-select that as well. And that should pretty much be all we need for the arrival. So let's do a quick version of a briefing here. The threats for the arrival are definitely the terrain in the area. So there's quite a bit of high terrain up to the north. Let's have a look into the approach chart over here. So we can see that on the star chart. Terrain going up to about 4,000 feet up here, and the MSA is actually 5,400. So the challenge for the day is not to fly the airplane into the ground, as in the not to fly the airplane into the mountains. Okay, ILS approach runway 04 is what we have up here. Frequency 109.5, course is 043, minimums is going to be 553. Approach starting at 8.6 miles and 3,000. We got a 3-degree glide. Check the outer marker at 1,561 down to the minimum. Missed approach, if we have to, is going to be climb on track 043, intercept and follow radio 224 Zagreb, climb to Zagreb at 4,000 and hold. So we're landing on runway 04, and then we'll most likely vacate via Delta, and then somewhere down to the south on the apron west, which to my knowledge has the cargoes on it as well. Let's see, for details C10-9 Alpha, so that's gonna be on here. Apron west, yeah, I would expect cargo is here, so we're gonna park here on the whiskey stands. And that should pretty much be it.
We're unable, we're having a problem with the FNC. Hold you back.
Okay, ready for descent.
1123 identified. Climb level 200 unrestricted.
Antonov 3120, request descent.
3120, descent level 150.
Descent flight level 150, Antonov 3120. Okay, flight level 150. That's going to be 4,500 meters. Okay, so for the descent, we'll initially use the Mark hold mode. And that should be 72, let's set that as well. There we go. Okay, leaving cruise level. We're aiming for 3,000 feet a minute in order to make our 10,000 by Lulut. If we descend a bit faster initially, that is good as well, because later on we'll probably descend a little bit worse. In any case, we wanted to use 280 knots, so let's quickly calculate that. 280, 520 kilometers an hour. So we're maintaining the Mach number right now. Keep in mind we're in Mach stabilization mode. We're going to maintain that until we reach 520 on the indicated speed, and then we're going to change over to speed stabilization, which is the VEL button down here.
Nike 1 Zulu and runway 04 Zagreb.
The center you please want to start. Center you please.
Go ahead.
Yes, we cannot fix our...
Okay, speed looks good, so speed stabilization. Then let's set the TCAS to be low, range 12. And the UPS is, by the way, doing the next good thing, if you are listening to that in the background. He's got some problems with the FMS and is not able to fix them, but therefore he's asking for radar vectors. So that is exactly the right thing to do. If you have some issues that you cannot figure out with your FMS or with your navigation, then simply ask air traffic control for radar vectors. That's making everybody's life a lot easier than if you try to figure out the problem for eternity without saying anything. That's probably the most important lesson as well for circuits in the shutdown there. Most important thing is just, if you're unable to do something, tell the controller, and the controller will be able to give you an alternative clearance. The only thing that you really need to be able to do in order to fly on VATSIM is to fly a heading, maintain an altitude, and fly a vertical speed and an indicated airspeed. So if you can do those 4 numbers in any aircraft, then you can fly on VATSIM with it.
932, radio check.
Alpha 932.
932, you are identified. Continue.
Okay, we are descending already, so let's turn on the APU fuel heaters to prepare for the APU start later on.
10,000 QNH 1011.
Confirm descent 8,000 feet.
So vertical speed required 2,500. We are doing like 3,000. Very good.
3120 descent flight level 130.
Descent flight level 130. Antonov 3120. Hey, flight level 130
40 via Exxon clear island 04
is 3657.
Amsterdam 6240 via Exxon clear island 04.
Cleared island 04 where so this is
1123 climb level 370. Water 666 descent 7000 QNH 1011.
Our rate of descent varies a tiny bit here between 2,500 and 3,000 feet in a minute, but we need 2,300 at the moment, so that's actually quite good for us. The plane is taking us where we want to go.
3762 high, then flight.
Steven, that's a very good tip down there as well. Quote, and for God's sake, don't be like 3 guys I heard the other night and pick O'Hare as your first VATSIM flight. Yeah, that's really the most important thing. Pick an easy airport.
6240 descent 2500. UPS 1656 flight heading.
And by the way, it is true in real life as well. It's very easy to get confused, even at airports that you really know. Like, I'm flying to Barcelona regularly, but they still confuse us all the time.
3120 descent altitude 8,000 feet, QNH 1011.
Antonov 3120, descend 8,000 feet, QNH 1011. Okay, 8,000, that's 2438 meters. That's close enough for me, that's just 30 feet. Okay then, altimeter 10... what's that? 11 equals 758. 758 and 758. Okay.
inbound Paris.
Bulgaria 438 identified.
So we should need 1,800 feet a minute now, so let's actually go ahead and give it that.
UPS 1656, descend 5,000, speed 250 knots.
There we go, 1,800 feet a minute, something like that. Should be more than good enough.
There's about 6240, turn left heading 0700 island 04.
Okay, looking at the flight plan real quick, we've still got a destination sequence in there. We don't want to do that, so let's go direct to Lulot. That's much better.
Line 565, contact Adria 130.55.
Double descent at 35 Whiskey.
Station 47, call sign.
SW5, 9 whiskey.
SW5, 9 whiskey, descend level 210.
Descent level 210, SW5, 9 whiskey.
SW5, 9 whiskey, contact Belgrade 1331.
I hear quite a couple of Antonovs in the radio over here. That's nice. Okay, I have to start receiving the ILS DME. 25 miles out. This is actually nautical miles.
SW5, 9 whiskey, contact Belgrade 133.1. SW6240, contact tower 118.3.
Okay, I'm gonna cheat here, and I'll pre-select 118.3 on the GNS 530, because we'll probably be manually flying by the time that we actually get down there. And
speed 230 knots.
I don't want to look to the ceiling to the radio so long later on. Okay then, let's go ahead and start the speed reduction. 250 knots equals 460 kilometers an hour.
Right, heading 200.
And pitch hold, let's reduce the rate of descent here. That looks good. Let's get that speed coming down.
5183, second position.
Then we're passing 10,000, landing lights on and extend. And I'll just put the remainder of the lights on as well.
5183, radar, take position.
Okay, auto throttle off, because otherwise it would add thrust in a moment when we reach the target speed here. But we don't want it to do that. So here we go, speed stabilization and auto throttle back on.
Hello, 5183, watch guidance.
Hey, there's one guy down there, 5,000 feet below. That might be the UPS.
UPS 1656, are you able to fly heading 200? You're flying away.
If we're trying, our autopilot is going kind of crazy here with
I have a feeling we might just start reducing our speed a little bit more in order to have some more space behind the UPS. Let's go 220 knots, that equals 410 kilometers an hour. Auto throttle off. Pitch hold. Pitch up a bit.
One question, Antonov 3120 descent altitude 5,000 feet.
Descent altitude 5,000 feet, Antonov 3120. Okay, let's see what that is. 5,000. That's 1,500 meters. Set. Okay, we're looking for a speed of 410 kilometers an hour. That's roughly 220 knots.
Egypt 738, climb level 250.
Climb level 250, person 3.
Warthog 3762, Honeycomb now, 128.
And where is that thing currently flying us? That looks alright. Okay, speed is good. Speed stabilization on, auto throttle armed.
UPS 1656, are you able for the visual approach?
Do you really think we can do a visual approach with 747?
1656, on the top second.
We'll give it a shot. It's like we're in 747, so yeah, we'll try to be.
1656, turn left heading 010, descend 2,500 feet, clear visual approach runway 04.
And sorry, we missed the whole translation there. We did 1656.
1656, turn left heading 010.
Left heading 010, you get one.
Antonov 3120, speed 210 knots or less.
Speed 210 or less, Antonov 3120. Okay, there.
3120, continue present heading for now, expect additional seconds.
Continue present heading, Antonov 3120. Okay, let's give it 400 kilometers an hour. And then continue present heading. Let's go ahead and match that. And here we go. So now it's on heading select, 500 feet a minute, looks good for me. No vertical speed hold.
Is it possible, is it possible for you to give us like the indication of the aircraft?
1656 for now. Continue present
Okay,
heading.
then we can select the localizer on the gauges up here.
Antonov 3120, turn left heading 090.
Antonov 3120, turn left heading 090.
And 3120, descent 3000.
Antonov 3120, confirm descent 4000.
Descent 3000 feet, 3000.
Descent 3000 feet, Antonov 3120. Okay, that's 920 meters.
UPS 1656, turn right heading, again, turn right heading 250.
Right heading 250, UPS 165.
Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Fraction 113, ready for descent.
Fraction 113, descend level 150.
Descent flight level 150, fraction 113.
Okay, I can't see the UPS anywhere on my TCAS, so we are probably out of the danger zone.
Loss 666, continue present heading, speed 210 knots.
Continue present heading at speed 1, correction 210 knots.
Good evening, Hercules Jet 175 over 410.
Okay, we have not been cleared for the ILS yet.
Hercules 17, can we get 1,500 knots for good?
Approved.
Antonov 3120 are being cleared for the localizer.
Yep, just wanted to call you. On heading, clear ILS approach runway 04.
Perfect, on the heading, cleared ILS, runway 04, Antonov 3120.
And center UP 165, then we go behind the frequency, behind the end.
Okay, so autopilot off.
Loss 366, turn left heading 120.
And auto throttle off.
Left 120.
Let's go to idle, up to.
UPS 1656, turn right heading 290.
Right 290, UP 165.
Flat 15. That's quite close to the flap maneuvering speed there, but that should be fine enough.
And this is advice for UPS, we have around 15 minutes of reserve.
Localizer alive.
Line 3233.
Line 3233, the identified.
Localizer capture. Runway inside. Antonov 3120 super established.
Antonov 3120 tower 118 decimal 3.
118 decimal 3, Antonov 3120. Thank you very much. See you later.
UPS 1656.
Clear for takeoff, runway 04 after departure, 130,450,
Good evening, Antonov 3120 super established ILS runway 04. You're down. Continue approach, we'll go Antonov 3120. Okay, flap 25. and final approach speed is going to be 250. Gear is down. Flaps full. Okay, preceding traffic is airborne. That looks pretty good if you ask me. Very easy to hand fly and an absolute joy. Look at that, I hardly need to do any inputs here. Very stable plane. Is there a 4 clear to land? Okay, we're clear to land. The lights are on. Auto marker 1500, no flags. No flags.
Zagreb Tower, on 666, good evening, establish localizer 04.
Continue approach, request final and
Use minimum current speed and report when 5 miles out launch.
This looks amazing, doesn't it? This looks really amazing.
Yankee Alpha behind the next landing underwater to line up transit to point wing.
Line up and wait 04 behind land on 225 Alpha.
Go to 5. Push and that is approved.
Approaching minimum.
Push that approved there on 04 QNH 10.
Minimums, continue.
55.
And we're on the ground. Speed brake up. Thrust goes normal. $150. Okay, reverse off. $130. We're gonna take the next exit.
5 miles out of
Okay, don't stop it on the runway, but we can't take it too fast either on an exit like this.
Yankee Alpha, wind complement 05 to takeoff after departure 160
clear for takeoff 04, wind copy and after departure Adrian 3 Alpha.
Okay, I'll just turn to the right here in order to get clear of the runway.
Hello, UPS 1656, type 747 on a visual runway 04.
Whiskey Alpha, Yeah, function.
Blocked.
Welcome to Zagreb. Taxi now stand Whiskey Alpha via function.
And Whiskey Alpha via Foxtrot, Antonov 3120.
And the tower, hello UPS 125.
Okay, so that's pretty much straight at.
8 months final, runway 04, and let it go.
Okay, stand Whiskey Alpha is that self-maneuvering stand at the beginning of the cargo bay there. Very good. So,
we have parked at Echo 5, but we could not do pushback, but we have reconnected now at Whiskey 10. We had a clearance via Polded, 1 Whiskey departure, runway 04. And
so APU is starting.
By UPS 1656, Zagreb low, continue approach, report 5 mile final and minimum approach.
And we report final on the middle, by UPS 1.
Okay, so stand Whiskey Alpha is gonna be on the left over here.
We were parked at Echo 5 earlier, and we were cleared via Polded, 1 Whiskey.
That's quite a couple aircraft down here. Okay, Whiskey Alpha is the pink one. That looks good to me.
Pushback stand, Whiskey 10. And I'm wondering if our clearance is still valid.
Yes, no problem, it's still.
Thank you very much. And the standard 85 requesting startup.
In real life we would have a marshaller right now. But that's basically the pink stand that we're going to. Okay, lights off. A bit hard to see everything right now. But that looks alright to me.
Turn on runway, use the land runway 46.
Okay.
Take a 1 via Foxtrot and Alpha launch.
That should be it. So, park and brake is set, then let's go ahead with the shutdown procedures. So, park and brake is set, we'll start on the navigator station. Everything off. Anti-ice is off. Then hydraulic pumps. Okay, hydraulic pumps are off. Fuel pumps, the next thing that takes a little bit of configuration up here. So, fuel pump set, APU is online, and the APU generator is online as well. Engine generator's off. And with that, we are ready for shutdown. So, that's 6 engines going off. Then we can put the APU bleed on both APUs. Engines are below 20%. So let's go. Transponder 2000 and standby. Okay, and the engines are shut down. We can shut the rest of the plane down as well. APU off. Transformer rectifiers going off. Rectifiers off, and then we're just waiting for the APU to shut down. And when the APU is off, we can shut down the rest. Okay, that was sector number 1. Now let's get it ready for the flight towards Hannover. And if we look from the outside, how did I park? I would say that's quite spot on, actually. That is quite spot on, yeah. Right on the pink line. Parked next to the Whiskey Alpha sign. Perfect. What else could you ask for? And the APU is pretty much off. Battery is off. And there goes the power. Okay, no worries guys, we are not done yet, but let's get the door opened, chocks on, GPU on, and open those doors as well. Okay, let's supervise the unloading of the cargo down there. Pressure hatch takes quite a while to open up here as well. It seems like everything in the plane is just taking a little bit longer, if you know what I mean. Okay, next up, let's have a look at the landing, as always. So, Sim Toolkit, show me what we've got. So, this is our route of flight. Very direct departure, very direct en route. Small downwind on landing, very well done. Very good job both by the flight planners back in ops as well as by air traffic control, giving us such a direct route. Very good job there. And let's have a look into the landing. View the full report, please. Here we go. So, that's our runway. We touched down a little bit beyond the aiming point, but well within the touchdown zone. 216 feet a minute. Okay, if that's what they say, then that's what it is. Couple of invisible walls up here that always makes it a bit difficult to get downstairs. Okay, gentlemen, here's your new fire trucks. And we can't get outside here, that's unfortunate. Can we do it that way? Nope, that's too loud for my taste anyway. In any case, the loading ramp should lower soon, and once that is down, they will start the offloading of those fire trucks. And here comes the UPS. Incredible how full it is over here, isn't it? I've never really expected Zagreb to have that much traffic, if I'm honest. And circuits, you name it. I bet you don't even feel those 200 feet a minute in that giant. Yep, that's what I guess as well. Okay, so let's go back inside. Actually, that should be the nose lowering right now. So, let's go ahead and plan the next sector. So, I'll show you how we do it, and we are gonna need Firefox for that. So, SimBrief, new flight plan, please. We're gonna be the Antonov 3212 from LDZA to Hannover. Alternate is gonna be Hamburg. Actually, let's make that alternate Frankfurt-Leipzig, because that just works a little bit better for the cargos. So, off-block time, we might as well call that 05, apply. Cruise profile, we'll take Mark 78, because we want to arrive while they are still online. So, for the amount of cargo, let's see what we've actually got there. So, what do we want to transport then? A train? Or some helicopters? Now let's take the train. I want to fly a train. Load cargo. So, that's 36 tons. So not a lot. Let's take a couple passengers as well. 19 passengers and 36 tons of cargo. So we've got 19 passengers and then for the freight 36. That looks good to me. Okay, that routing, well, that looks so incredibly stupid, that might actually be a valid German routing. Even though probably low-level airspace, but let's go ahead and generate the flight and see what it calculates for us. $350 actually. Okay, perfect. Estimated takeoff weight 357.8. That looks good to me. 1 hour 29 flight time. Alright, pre-file on VATSIM. Let's quickly check that the flight plan for VATSIM is correct as well. 3212, Antonov 225, Throttle 360. Later on with 2 step descents. Fair enough. And yeah, non-R1 compliant. That is the reason why the controller asked earlier on. And for the real airplane, that would be the correct entry. And we'll just keep that in. Because even though we have that GNS 530, we can, in the worst case, always say like, oh, it wasn't us. Okay, that's the flight plan pre-filed. And with that, our VATSIM preparation stuff is done. Then let's get up Sim Toolkit. And load last flight. We are gonna fly the Antonov 225 and fly now. Next up, of course, our pilot client. Disconnect, connect, 3212 we set. Is that correct? Yes, 3212. Okay, very good. Then let's have a very quick look into the weather at our destination. Hannover reports good weather, and from midnight onwards we got light rain and snow, and then snow throughout the night. But that's all going to be after our arrival. At our destination we have, at our alternate, we have a Prop 30 tempo light snow. Okay, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. So I'd say we take the standard fuel and then 10 tons more, because the Antonov still seems to use a bit more fuel than what they estimate in the SimReef plan. So let's make that 45 tons of fuel. That should be good for us. Okay, so converter, and we want 45 tons, which is 99.2. Give me 100, so 50,000 pounds each side. So 50,000 each side looks good to me. And quick cross check over here. That's 7,550 per side. Times 6 tanks means we have 45.3 tons of fuel on board. Okay, good enough. We can work off that. One quick check to make sure we've actually applied the payload. Now we did. Gross weight's 395 versus our planned gross weight was 357. So we're 30 tons heavier. That's quite a bit, but, well, anyway, for this plane, I don't really care. We took plenty of extra fuel. This is funny. In the flight plan, weight change, 1 ton more, trip fuel, minus 18 kilograms. So if we take more weight, we're gonna take less fuel. Good job, SimReef. Whoever believes that. Alright. And then in the comments, Wintersplash is asking, do you fly to the big Frankfurt or to Hahn in real life? Both of them. I've flown to both of them already. Okay, so they are pretty much done up here. Then we can close the doors. Okay, doors are closing nice and slow. Let's go right back into the cockpit, power it up, and get our clearance. And let's turn the brightness of that EFB down. Okay, we do have a ground power attached, so let's bring that up. Okay. Man, it's getting dark pretty quick right now. We gotta make sure not to miss the point where we've gotta find the dome light in the plane. So that's pretty much everything powered up. Then let's go ahead and call tower for clearance. That's on 118.3. Hello, Antonov Bureau 3212, information Golf request clearance to Hannover.
Antonov Bureau 3212, Super, Zagreb Tower, hello again. Information Golf is correct. You are cleared Hannover via Podet 1 Whiskey departure, initial climb 6,000 feet and squawk 1,000.
Antonov 3212, cleared Hannover, Podet 1 Whiskey departure, climb 6,000 feet, squawk 1,000. And could you say again the first 5 seconds? We had some heads-up problems here.
Antonov 3212, read back correct. And what was the other thing you requested?
Read back correct, Antonov 3212, disregard. Okay, so climb is 6,000, squawk is 1,000. And then converter, we need 6,000 feet. That's 1828. That's good enough for me. And Podet 1 Whiskey departure. We're gonna enter that as we start up the engines. Okay, let's go ahead and start the APU.
Zagreb Tower, Lufthansa 8 Kilo, inbound, IRS runway 04. We have lost engine 1.
Oh, nice. Lufthansa with an engine failure. And the nose is closing. Okay, it's really getting dark quickly now.
Zagreb Tower, Lufthansa 8 Kilo, we can only miss the runway because we're way too high.
Yeah, Lufthansa, then do a go-around and try that again.
Lufthansa 8 Kilo, Tower, good evening. Are you going on?
Negative. We are gonna have a missed approach.
Lufthansa, then do that.
Lufthansa
Okay, that is too bright for my taste here. But some...
Roger, you're clear to land any runway of your choice and advise...
But, Kevin, the dome light is beneath the FADEC switches. Okay, that sounds good to me.
I'll call you back.
That one. Oh yeah, that looks like a dome light indeed. Perfect. Okay. Antonov 3212 requests startup.
Antonov 3212, startup is approved, runway 04, QNH 1011, and for your information, we have an emergency in progress currently. I will advise you when I know more.
Antonov 3212, startup approved, runway 04, QNH 1011, and don't worry about that, we need like 7 minutes for engine start anyway.
Roger.
Okay. So that's that part. Let's make sure all the fuel switches are on. The FADEC switches are on. Then, how's the APU looking? It's running.
Make you confirm 130.450.
Okay, that's on. APU generators are on. Ground power off. And then we can disconnect the GPU. Shocks away, power away, park and brake set. That looks good to start the engines, if you ask me. Okay, only thing that remains is gonna be the fuel pumps. So we need that, and that. Okay, good to go. Beacon light on. Start engines. While the startup is in progress, we start programming the GPS. Menu, delete, yes. We changed the brightness here. No, doesn't look like it. Okay. We've got to live with whatever we have. So LDZA. Zagreb towards Hannover. Procedure, departure. We've been cleared for the Podat 1 Whiskey departure. Runway 04, load. Okay, then we need all our waypoints once again. So after Podat, we proceed towards Obedi. After that, we go to Latlo. Then Mike Alpha Hotel. Ernas. Talal. Ermel. And it takes ages to program this stuff over here. In bed. Amosa. Ibaga. Then Rotte. Ibet. Bemke. Birka. Oh man. How German can a waypoint sound? Birka. Yes. And then finally Updat. Okay, and from there on... Destination Hannover, okay. So, engine start is going well. Engine number 4 starting right now. Let's go ahead and view a little bit of the rest of the stuff we need to do. And For that, let's have a look into the charts. That's going to be a little bit bright right now. My apologies for that. And we need the nighttime charts, please. Thank you. Import next flight, Zagreb to Hannover. Here we go. Synchronize. And we've got the Podat 1 Whiskey departure. Add to route. You can show me those charts, please. Okay, so Podat 1 Whiskey, here it is. Straight ahead, Zulu Alpha 801, maximum 260 knots, and then left turn. Got flight level, we've got an altitude 8,000 restriction over there that we've got to abide to. Transition 10,000, and after takeoff, contact Zagreb radar. Initial climb clearance 6,000, that's what ATC gave us as well. Okay, looks pretty good to me. I would say we can be happy with that. So, for the departure briefing then, we're parking down here on stand Echo Whiskey, and we'll taxi straight out to the right, then Foxtrot and intersection Alpha, runway 04, and Podat 1 Whiskey departure as we have just briefed it. Initial climb, altitude 6,000 feet, which is what we have selected already, and there is no speed the speed restriction is 260 knots, so we're gonna take 250 knots initially, which equals 460 kilometers an hour. Okay, 460 is selected, and the engines have all started. Okay, nice then. So that is 6 hydraulic pumps on, the 2 electric ones are working as well. Start panel looks good, all covered, fuel is looking good. APU can... well, we better first take on the engine generators before shutting the APU. That looks better. Shut down, off, off. Okay, now the piloting stuff. Flaps 2, reverse is armed, speed brake in whatever position is appropriate, really. Okay, flight controls. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudders, full left, full right, neutral. Antonov 3212 Super, request taxi. Antonov 3212, taxi holding point Alpha runway 04 via Foxtrot, and for your pre-planning we will need 2 minutes on the runway for engine run-up.
There's a lot of traffic coming in right now, so it may take a while.
Roger, that's understood. Okay, so to the right, to the left, runway clear right.
Croatia 4457, okay. Taxi, go to Bangkok, Croatia 457.
Alright, that's clear on the right there. And then to the left.
04, clear to land at LA 5183.
Okay. We'll review the takeoff briefing when we're on the runway then. So Yeah, I don't think we can do the run-up on the taxiway here, because the engines will be hanging over the grass. If you look at it from the outside, yeah, engine number 6 is over the grass, number 5 is over the edge, so we can't do the run-up on the taxiway, we have to do it on the runway.
One of the company aircraft on final for runway 04.
Turkish 1 Golf from Zagreb, tower low, number 2, continue approach, Rico 5 knots final and reduce.
Viewport 5 miles, continue.
Okay, that's the cut 2 holding point. We continue further.
Turkish 1 Golf Foxtrot, just on the approach, you have the 2 Rico 5 knots final and continue approach.
Roger, company approach is Viewport 5 miles and continue at minimum for the Turkish.
Okay, park brake set. Now let's see how long we might have to wait here. I hope they coordinated so that the approach controller is going to create a tiny bit bigger gap there between a couple of the other arriving aircraft. Otherwise we might have to wait here for a little while. Switch the taxi lights off. Ah, that was actually a meter too far forward. As you can see, the nose is like above the pole chart line right now. That shouldn't be. We should have stopped a tiny bit earlier. Apart from that, on the center line, tiny bit to the left of the center line with the main gear. Well, that's all we can do.
Bravo, runway 04 by Foxtrot Airplane 83 November. Zagreb Tower, Lufthansa 8 Kilo is inbound IS-04 with an emergency landing.
Rob H, that's actually interesting there. Quote from the chat. I was listening to real-world ATC of the 225 landing in Oakland, and the controller asked them to shut down the outboard engines to prevent damages to the taxiway. I would actually not be surprised. I would actually not be surprised if that happens.
Number 2, Lufthansa 8 Kilo.
Turkish 1 Golf Foxtrot, connection with com, number 04 clear.
Please turn runway 04 Turkish 1 Golf Foxtrot.
Hello, 5183, ready for to clear the gate.
Hello, 51.
Oh man, that's a lot of inbound aircraft there. I don't want to wait for all of these.
Echo 1, we are good. Hello, 5183.
Antonov 3212, any idea how long the wait is going to be?
There are 3 more arrivals, so I don't know how long each one.
Ah, roger. Would be nice if we could get out in like 10 minutes or so.
So 3212, yeah, so we can get there.
Thank you. The reason I've just asked him is because we've got an hour and 30 flying time towards Hannover, and they will probably have to, well, knowing German ATC, they're going to shut down Hannover at exactly 11 PM local. That means we only have like 50. That means we have only like 15 minutes of extra time there that we can lose in order to make the arrival event in Hannover. Oh, let's see that guy. Sluggish. Ouch. And bounced a bit. Oh, that was not the best of all landings.
Headcraft 4457, Echo 2 engine shutdown. Thank you for the support.
Okay, well, how long is the wait gonna be? That's the big question.
Zagreb, dobro večer, Srbija 70 Golf, ulica Buštale, airport.
That guy and then the one thereafter, I hope. I'm wondering why he tells everybody to reduce to minimum approach speed. That doesn't make any sense to me, to tell like everybody. I would expect that the spacing that Adria radar provides would be adequate for the arrivals, so if he just reduces everybody to minimum, that could of course mess the controllers over pretty much. But well, no clue, we'll just have to wait. So that guy, one more thereafter.
Shutdown, runway 04, contact maximum.
Okay, that's the Lufthansa, that's the guy with the engine failure. So let's see how he's gonna do. Let's see, where can we get a good view? Here. And let's see the aiming point. And here he comes. Yep, on the ground. That's what you're supposed to do with an engine failure. That was a good job there. At least from what you can see on the inside here. Of course we do by far not see as much as I would hope to, but, well. Okay, one more and thereafter it's hopefully going to be our turn. Even though I wouldn't be surprised if he lets the Air Berlin on the parallel intersection over there actually depart in front of us. It certainly would make sense to do that for wake turbulence separation, because if they want to take out a medium behind a super, which is basically the setup that we would have over here, that would require quite a lot of separation. But I'm sure we'll be going in a few moments after this guy up there has landed. He's at 4 miles now, so he'll be on the ground in 2 minutes' time.
8 miles kilo vacate for Stradivat Delta, emergency services are waiting there for you.
Vacating next. Taxi ready, contact maximum.
So let's see what the guy over there is gonna do.
Total contact maximum vacated, vacated runway 04.
Serbia 70 Golf,
Runway 04, triple landed, Serbia 70 Golf, follow.
Okay, not sure if you guys can see it in the live stream, but we can actually see the lights of another guy coming over there. I hope that we can make it out before him.
Taxi to Echo 6.
Hopefully behind this guy that's landing over here. Euro 3212 behind the A320 that's just past us, line up and wait, runway 04. Okay, he's down, so let's give it a bit of power, get onto that runway. I don't want to waste any time now because there is another inbound coming. Okay, transponder's on. We can't see that inbound yet on the TCAS, that might be. Okay, brake set, 70%. Set. Okay, the timer is at 15. So let's use the time for a quick more One more check. Routing looks good. GPS selected. GPS navigation on. Under Bureau 3212, Vilco, we need 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Roger, thank you.
Okay, so hydraulic pumps are all on, that's all secured. Fuel pumps are looking good. We have the required amount of fuel on board. And the electrics are looking good as well. And the APU. And shut the rest of it down as well now. Okay, that's the systems check completed in the back.
Very good evening.
1 minute. Flaps full. Flight controls. Looking good. And departure frequency 130.45 is pre-selected. Okay. So 45 seconds, then we are ready. And the flaps are extended at 35. Antonov Bureau 3212 Super, ready for departure.
Antonov 3212, Wincom, runway 04, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 04, clear for takeoff when airborne 13045, Antonov 3212, bye bye. Okay, set takeoff thrust. Thrust set. Unicom departure, roger. Okay, thrust set. Rotate. Gear up. Pause and freight.
Será para mim do Echo Outer Marker.
Okay, set monitor Unicom. Well, then we'll switch it over. Okay, start accelerating, flap 25. Landing gear up and off.
Please to land runway 04.
380 knots, flaps 15. 405 knots, flaps 2.
Behind landing traffic 77 on the final approach, landing up.
440 kilometers an hour, flaps up. Okay, flaps up, thrust 112. Selected. Okay. Autopilot, navigation, speed stabilization. Select some higher altitude, and now we can do the after takeoff items. Lights can be retracted, and the runway turn off lights off. Flaps up, thrust reverse is disarmed, spoiler is disarmed, and climb thrust is set after takeoff items complete. Why is the autopilot not maintaining? Oh, it went into. Okay. Fair enough, then we've got to do that stuff manually. Autopilot went into altitude stabilization, as we can see over here, so that's why it accelerated further, but no problem, we can do something against that. Look at that rate of climb, isn't that nice? Just look at the vertical, just look at the altimeter here. Okay, next try on the autopilot. Engage, navigation, And here we go. Speed stabilization is on. We're actually above 10,000. Let's go. Vertical speed hold. Speed 5. You know what? We're gonna go fast. 580.
Good for Takeoff, 104 after departure Honeycomb, Airplane 8 kilometers. Thank you.
And set standard. And that's set.
Taxing to Echo 6.
Auto throttle off for a second so that we can actually let it accelerate all the way to the target speed. Okay, speed looks good. Speed stabilization on, and it's trying to level off. We don't want that. Higher altitude, speed stabilization on. 585, that looks good to me. Okay, with that we can finally change over to Honeycomb. Provided I can find the knobs. 2 point... Eight, here we go. Okay, we made it. We are out of Zagreb. Then let's see if there is anything that we can do to expedite our flight. Not really, it's more or less a straight line. Okay, fair enough. Look at that. The view is amazing, isn't it? The view is absolutely amazing. Auto throttle on, that gets me rid of that red light over here. Let's try that once more for the screenshots. Yeah, that's what I want to see. That looks amazing. Okay, and since we're on Honeycomb, we can finally relax a little bit once more. Does anybody of you know if there is a floodlight that kinda illuminates the overhead panel? And circuits, set the heading buck. Yep, that's a good idea. There we go. Okay, our planned altitude for the flight is flight level 360 initially. So we'll actually go to 360. Converter, and we need 36,000. 10,973 meters. Nine. And 73. Okay, perfect. Then, Eva, does it feel heavy when hand flying? Honestly, not at all. And that is actually a good thing in my opinion, because the plane has a huge weight, but it also has huge wings and huge control surfaces. So, just because it is a very heavy airplane, that does not necessarily mean that it must feel heavy when flying it. There is a common misconception among flight simmers on that topic, especially in regards to the 747 as well. If you look at videos from the 747 flying, you will see that they don't actually need to do very strong inputs on the control column in order to move the plane. And I found it a little bit difficult to find some very good videos on the Antonov for making a similar conclusion, but overall, I tend to say that the plane flies alright, and seeing that Antonov themselves were involved in the development of this, I'm actually quite positive that if the plane flies like this in the simulator now, then it probably flies somewhat similar in real life as well. That is what I would expect. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Really, the more I look at this airplane, the more I get to like it. And yeah, I remember, I said the same for the 737-900 as well. But, wow, look at the engines over here. You can see the glow in the engines, you see that? That's nice. First time I actually see this in Flight Simulator. You see something from the front as well? No. And look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that really beautiful? And circuits, use Alt-L for flashlight, may be easier to see the overhead panel. Yeah, I do agree with you. And Qtosa covers. Well, that Turkish 1 Golf Fox was me. Well, hello there. Now, if you hear Qtosa covers, could you tell me, on the landing that we saw through VATSIM, it looked like you had a rather positive landing and then bounced a little bit before you touched down again. Was it the same inside your simulator as well, or was that just something that VATSIM, you know, acted up on? Because that's something I've always wondered about, how accurate those landing physics through the velocity thing actually are, and how well we see people there. This is interesting. We can see that the sun has already set below the horizon, however the Alps are still pretty bright up here, at least those parts which are covered in snow. Now, let's go ahead and try to find the moon to see if the moon is actually illuminating them. In the meantime, over to Mach stabilization, by the way, so that we maintain 0.74 within the climb. We have a rather low crossover altitude right now of only 24,500 feet, because we've flown such a high indicated airspeed. So let's go ahead and try to find that moon. Yeah, there it is. Full moon. So with a full moon up there, it's actually pretty realistic that the Alps, at least those parts with the snow on them, are illuminated so incredibly bright up here. So that would be the same in real life. When you have a full moon and you have a snow-covered area, that is almost as bright as it is in daylight. You can see everything really, really well. And that is actually something that's probably been my best birthday present so far. In my first year flying the 737, I've had a flight that landed just after midnight into my birthday. So, you know, in like the first 15 or 20 minutes of my birthday. And we got some delay vectors at low altitude that night, and it was a full moon. And we were flying over some hilly area that was covered by snow, and basically we were down at 4,000 feet already, which was something like 2,500 feet AGL in full moon. So you could actually see everything outside just as clear as you can see it right now here on the Alps. And at that point ATC advised us we would get some 10 or 15 minutes of delay vectors, and they asked us if we just wanted to proceed to a holding fix or get delay vectors or whatever. And we just asked them if we could do some sightseeing. And then eventually we got to do sightseeing over the places where I grew up and over some really impressive looking terrain near it at very low altitude in a snowy landscape lit up by the full moon. That was so incredible. That was so incredible. That must have been one of my best birthday presents so far. And, you know, that actually made the entire flight worth it. And the hitman is asking, hey Manuel, were you doing lung radar in the morning on air traffic control? Yep, I was. And Toastbrot, thank you for providing Frankfurt approach and departure services today in the morning. Well, be my guest. And Villa the Dudes, best birthday present ever. Yep, absolutely. That was really a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Especially because we were flying at such a low level, and in that situation, you know, the captain knew I liked hand flying, so he just said, yeah, just disconnect and fly the thing like your Cessna and enjoy the landscape. Happy birthday. That was so cool. That was really so cool. And ODG John, would you ever consider streaming while you're controlling? I did once in the past, and I actually thought about doing it again, but yeah, I don't know, I always find it a bit difficult, you know, you never know if you're gonna get enough traffic that it's actually worth it, but I'll think about doing another ATC live stream at some point in the future. I will think about it. So, still a good rate of climb there, passing level 300, and we're doing over 1,000 feet a minute in the Antonov. That makes me really happy. I tell you what, guys, we need a good 3D model for a tower. Back in the days in Prepared, we could use a tower view with a pilot client, and they actually had a tower model there. So we had the 3D model of the control tower, and I basically built my little scenery up there. Where I could go 3D into the tower and then do the tower controller position on VATSIM. That was pretty cool. Unfortunately, in Microsoft Flight Simulator, that is no longer possible. So in there we don't have the tower view available, which makes it a little bit unfortunate, because that was something really cool. But I'll see if I can come up with something similar eventually, hopefully, and maybe do a live stream of that. But we'll have to see about it. And Ottomeme, I could be entirely wrong, but he does Langen, but I think I remember him doing it once. Yeah, exactly. I cover the Frankfurt part of the Langen FIR in Germany, in VATSIM. So I have a rating for Frankfurt, mine, and for the entire southern part of the FIR, so basically anything south of Cologne. That includes things like Hahn, Stuttgart, Baden-Baden, and of course Frankfurt Main. And Toastbrot has just become a channel member. Welcome to economy class. Thank you very much for joining, my friend. I hope that you are going to enjoy it over here. And Ottomeme, do you happen to know TW Simulations? I believe he sometimes does long radar, but usually controls at Hong Kong. I don't recall the name TW Simulations at the moment. There are a couple of guest controllers at Frankfurt on VATSIM. We have a couple guys from Russia, some from Asia, then I believe 1 or 2 Americans, and the rest of them mostly Germans. But yeah. And ODG John, yeah, the ATC views are really something that's missing in MSFS. We used to do that at FS Weekend at Lelystad with the Dutch VACC, the way you described it. Yeah, that's really something that I feel missing as well. By the way, ODG John, I'm pretty sure if you've been at the Dutch VACC on the FS Weekend, then we have probably met in person already without knowing it. Because I'm a regular visitor to the FS Weekend as well, and I always found those replicas of the center controller stations at the FS Weekend you guys seem to have in the past really interesting. So that's something that I spent a little while on in the FS Weekends in the past. So who knows? Maybe we've met there already. And Circuits, maybe suggest this feature to Asobo on the MSFS forums. I could give it a try, but honestly I don't think that that's really gonna happen. Basically what I did back in P3D was, P3D had that 3D tower model. They had a small tower and a large tower. And I took the large tower model and placed it exactly on the location of the tower of the real Frankfurt airport. And like that, I set up my own tower. I don't think that MSFS even has the possibility to do that, even if we wanted to. So that would be quite a lot of development work from Asobo. So, yeah, who knows. And ODG John, I haven't been since 2015, sadly. Don't live in the Netherlands anymore. Usually Dave would draw in the crowds. He's really a fountain of knowledge. Okay, well, but my first time in Lelystad was in 2011. And ever since I've pretty much been there almost every year, as long as my roster permitted me to come. Which luckily was mostly the case by now. So, who knows? But back then, you know, I was still a private pilot and a glider pilot. So, of course, that would be an entirely different. Situation back then. And circuits, don't they have an airport editor? Pretty sure they did. Yeah, I believe they do, but I believe in MSFS you can't just place those 3D models as easily. I mean, in P3D I also had to edit some config files in order to get that done, but you know where that's going. And we basically have one to go up here. Let's see, can we set the range a bit higher? 40 miles. A little bit of traffic over there. Kinda as expected. One to go. By the way, does anybody of you know where to find the instruments for the cabin pressurization in the Antonov? Because I checked the flight engineers panel a bit, and I just couldn't find any instrumentation for the cabin pressurization. I mean, there are a couple gauges that sort of look like it, like those gauges up here is primarily what I'm talking about, but they don't seem to have any function in the simulator. And then again, there's also a bit of stuff missing, so if anybody of you knows where to find the instrumentation for the cabin pressurization, and if you know if that stuff works inside the sim, that would be something I would really appreciate if you could share your knowledge. And we're about to reach cruising level. Let's see, 36,000 feet. Vanguard, in the Antonov you hold your breath. Yep. Goodwin, Emmanuel, are you planning to make a VFR stream soon? Just made another 350 FPM hard landing with a Cessna 172 in the sim half an hour ago. Perhaps you could give some tips on VFR flying. That's something that I'm indeed thinking about. I can't tell you yet if and when that's gonna happen. And by the way, let's watch the autopilot leveling off. So yeah, I can't tell you if and when that VFR stream is gonna happen, but it's certainly something I'll keep in mind. Okay, so let's accelerate. We're looking for Mach 0.78, which is basically the highest cruising Mach number that we have in the Antonov, because I really want to make it to the arrival event on time, so we're gonna speed the plane up as much as we can right now. And once again, it's not maintaining its altitude, but it continues the climb. Lovely. Let's see what happens if I actually press that vertical speed button. Give me a couple hundred feet a minute downwards, please. And altitude stabilization is on. Why is it pulling up once again? We've selected 10,973 and it's at 11,100 meters now. Why is it doing that? Come on, aircraft. Vertical speed. This time I'm gonna select the altitude a bit lower. I'll try to make it fly all the way down to 36,000 and then I'll press the VY button. That should level me off at the altitude where the button is pressed, but let's see how that's going to work. It is a little bit unfortunate that the Antonov is having these issues capturing the altitude at the moment, because it's never had those issues before when I flew it on any other live streams. Or basically when I flew it at all. Why is auto throttle pulling off the thrust? Will you please give me power? Auto throttle off. Why is it doing that? Come on. Okay, 0.78, that's what we're looking for. Mark stabilization, auto throttle on. So let's see how that's gonna work this time. We said we need 10,970. Let's just keep it descending for now. Come on, airplane. Give me vertical speed, please. This is a little bit annoying right now that it's doing that. And of course, always in the show effect, always on the live streams. It's never had any issues, and now it's climbing again. Why? This is utterly stupid. Don't climb. Vertical speed. And now get me down to the commanded 10,920 meters, please. Sorry for getting a little bit annoyed, guys. Okay, now it captured the altitude stabilization and it starts the climb. That's bullshit. Yeah, let's select the altitude even lower. Vertical speed. And please get it down. Thank you. Okay, keep descending, please. Keep descending. Okay, 360, VY, and now it should level off. Altitude mode is engaged. And it's descending. Why? Come on, airplane, you can do it. Well. It's still not maintaining the altitude that it should maintain. But at least it's getting closer. Press that button once more. And once more. Okay. Well, if it maintains this, I'm happy. And Rob H. No, I'm not using the Sim Update 12 beta. I'm on the public release. And circuits, no, this is not a trim issue. I've flown the plane at similar weights before and it didn't have any issues. It's literally only since this live stream. For the first time when we departed Brussels towards Zagreb earlier on, and now it's just doing it again. When it happened for the first time on the last flight, I kind of tried to put it down as, you know, a one-off, so as the shit happens, but now that it's happened again, I don't know. Might want to try again tomorrow, see if the plane is then able to hold its altitude, but we'll see about it. We will see about it. So, TCAS into the below mode. That way we can see any aircraft that are below in case we need to start an emergency descent. And now it looks like it has stabilized at 36,000, so hopefully that means we are out of the biggest trouble now. Metal Eye, good evening, nice to see you over here, and nice to see you as a channel member, by the way. Anyway, to light up the cockpit even more. Yes, there are a couple more switches. For example, down here we have this one. However, I don't really like that, to be honest. Of course, we have the same on the first officer's side. Apart from that, I believe, in terms of the primary stuff over here, we have actually already turned on the majority of stuff. Well, talking about turning on stuff, and I just noticed I forgot my window heat. But I believe this is the brightest we can actually get up here in the front cockpit. And the back it looks a little bit better. Like this is what we have in the back over here. And I believe we should have a couple more lights as well, but let's see up here. Yeah, look at that. Okay, and that actually lights up the front a bit more as well. So, yep, this is what we can do. This is what we can do. Looks quite good, to be honest. I like the coloring of the lights and how that is really easy on your eyes. I imagine that must be quite nice in the real airplane as well. And Liquid, hello, hello. Just wanted to drop a quick message whilst I lurk. Thank you for all the awesome content you put out. I've been binging the 2 to 5 videos. Very helpful. Well, thank you very much, Liquid. I really appreciate that. Especially the 2 to 5 videos were, you know, some of those things where I thought... especially those Antonov tutorials were some of those things that I thought I should really do. I knew they wouldn't be watched a lot, and actually the view counts on those videos confirm that, as most of them barely reach 1,000 views compared to the normal stuff on my channel that goes more to something like 10,000 or so. But I just really thought like, hey, this is a nice plane, I've got to do something on it. And I thought, well, since I'm learning it anyway, I might as well do a quick tutorial series. I have to admit, those tutorials on the... those tutorials I did on the Antonov aren't as good as those I did on the 737, but then again, that is kind of to be expected as well, isn't it?
Traffic, runway vacated.
Right, anyway, let's actually go ahead and do a little bit of setup for the arrival, just to determine our top of descent, and in order to have some decent numbers in the GPS. So... very quick look at Sim Toolkit over here. And then we need Navigraph arrival. Coming in via UPDAT on the ANAV transitions. And let's actually see where we are even going to park. Where's the cargo area? Probably somewhere down here, I would expect. Let's see the stands. That's de-icing, that's outside stands. I know those, I've actually flown from those. No way to fit an Antonov there. Yeah, good question. Where are we even gonna park? Freight building up here, so I guess probably somewhere over here. In any case, that means 27 left down here is probably a good runway for us to land on. 2,300 meters. Well, that's not too much. 3,200 on the northern runway. Okay, you know what? We're actually going to go for runway 27 right, and if ATC wants to give us 27 left initially, then we'll ask for 27 right. Just because I want that little extra length of runway. And Max Racing 177 is asking in the comments, can you stream the Phoenix or the Mad Dog next? Yeah, probably the Phoenix. Okay, so let's see, ILS 27 right, and we've got the UPDAT arrival that basically leads us towards Delta Victor 591, and then on the arrival we have, yeah, it just leads us into the final approach really. Let's go ahead and enter that on the GPS. Select approach, Hannover, ILS Zulu 27 right. With radar vectors. Load. Yes. Procedure, arrival. And we have the UPDAT. What is that? 3 Delta or 3 Lima? What's the difference between the two? Let's bring up the chart once more. Apply the transition as continuous descent operation, GPS or FMS equipped aircraft. Okay, we have a GPS, so we can do that. Let's see, number 1, it's the UPDAT 3 Lima, okay, for the northern part. Here we go, Update 3 Lima, 27 right, load. Okay, do we have anything that we could base an altitude upon? Well, maybe the Delta Victor point up here. Note number 3, Xavier, above 3000, minimum 170 knots, and we've got 3 miles thereafter. Okay, so if we plan Xavier at something like 3500, that should provide for a nice CDA. So let's use that for now in the FMS. VNAV 3500, 0 miles B4. Ah, it's still got the airport in here. Let's see if we can remove that in order to get a better profile. Clear, enter. Okay, Birka Update, that stuff still looks good. Okay, once more into the VNAV. Two times Xava, but okay, that's fine for me. You know what? We can actually make our life a little bit easier. Let's just make it at 591, 3000 feet. Or making our life even easier, just give me 3000 at Xava. And 2500 feet a minute profile, looks good. Begin descent in 33 minutes. Okay, nice. So we are basically all set up now. And look at that amount of traffic over here. That's nice. You can really see that you're over Germany. Over Germany on a Sunday evening. You know, Germany really is one of the busiest places on VATSIM these days. And as you guys said earlier this morning, I did some air traffic control as Langen radar on the Frankfurt sector, and even at 10 AM to 11 AM, which was the time where I've been controlling, my sector ran really full. Actually full enough that I had to defer a couple aircraft, and just imagine that on a Sunday morning between 10 and 11 AM. But yeah, it's nice as well. It's nice as well. And Stefan, hi, good evening. Really appreciate the tutorials. Used to fly the Antonov 24 and the Tupolev 154 in FS 2004. So the Antonov 225 looks familiar. Still very challenging. The tutorials helped me a lot. Oh, thank you very much, Stefan. And hi, Dimitri. Hello to the Zagreb Tower. Thank you very much, my friend. You did a very good job there for our departure. Jungtjol, do you have a video of your settings? I do not, but I posted a couple of screenshots of my settings on the community tab of my channel, and those are basically still current. Like, there were a couple of options added by Microsoft ever since I took those screenshots, but I basically left all of those options on the default values. So I honestly have to say, I don't play a lot with the settings of my simulator. For me it was set and forget. I played with them like 2 years ago when the simulator first came out, and ever since I basically never touched them again, because it just works. And as they say, never change a running system. Yoke, nice to see you here as well. Why is Frankfurt so popular on VATSIM, considering most VATSIM users nowadays use Microsoft Flight Simulator and there's really no proper scenery to speak of? Well, the primary reasons Frankfurt is so popular really is because it has very good ATC coverage, and because it is a complex yet somewhat simple airport. So I would say the reason Frankfurt is so popular, first of all, of course, because it is one of the major hubs in Europe and in the world. And then you have, of course, Lufthansa, which has its home base over there. And apart from that, it's really just because it is such a big airport, but it has excellent ATC coverage. I would say those are the main point why Frankfurt is so popular on VATSIM. And Dimitri, still in training, was very busy today. Yeah, it was busy indeed, but you did a good job there. I noticed your instructor did a couple of calls every now and then, but honestly, that's just what it is. And overall, Dimitri, I believe you did a very good job there. Especially finding the correct stand for the Antonov 225 was something that I was really impressed of. And that is definitely something that a lot of the other VATSIM controllers don't get right. So, overall, I believe you did a very good job there. And, of course, the waiting time, yeah, I had to wait a little bit at the holding point, but it was understandable. Like, normally, I should probably have told you about planning for the 2-minute gap, even when I requested my IFR clearance. However, I thought, like, since you can't see how far the startup has progressed, and don't know when I'm going to start taxi, there is not really a lot of sense in telling you about it back then, so I just requested it when starting my taxi. Of course, the taxi was pretty short, so there was not a lot that the approach controllers could have done while we were preparing for the departure on the taxi, because those aircraft were basically in the sequence already. So, yep, overall, very good job. And Jungs, y'all, I was wondering what your settings are, because I don't know what settings give me nice taxi lines and ground textures. Honestly, in Frankfurt, probably none. The scenery from Asobo is just messed up. It is actually disgusting that they release something as a premium airport that is as bad as the stuff that Asobo has come up with for Frankfurt. And Dimitri, thanks for flying. Are you flying together with the Air Berlin? No, actually not. Well, at least not to my knowledge, I should put it that way. But of course Hannover is a very popular airport for this evening, because it is staffed by air traffic control, and our departure was just about in the time frame where we would just about make the arrival over in Hannover with ATC still online. So that's probably the reason why there was another aircraft that went to the same destination. Just like, by the way, on the inbound, the UPS also flew right behind me, but that was, well, I don't know, maybe... actually, I do know. He was a viewer of my live stream, so that's probably how he chose his route. And then someone's asking a little bit further up what that black screen next to the GPS is for. So, that's the screen we have down here, and that actually used to be the weather radar in the Antonov. However, when they modernized the plane like 10 years ago, the weather radar was moved to the screen on the right-hand side here, and therefore they just inopped the screen on the left, and this thing now has no function anymore in the real plane as well. By the way, what's all those aircraft on the T-cars over there? Get the range down a little bit. See that? One guy 6,000 below. Well, that seems to be it already. Okay. Oh, we've got to be careful before we start our descent that we don't fly into that guy, but we'll manage to do that. Adlerkreis, that's the important question. Is the screen capable for Netflix? Well, probably not, but what I could imagine, you know, looking at the screen, it's got this little thing standing out down here, so I'm pretty sure you could put an iPad on this. I'm pretty sure an iPad would fit on here, and well, an iPad is capable of Netflix. Then, Agent DZN, have you ever considered flying something like the DC-3 or the Junkers 52 on a live stream? I tried the Junkers, but I didn't really like it. And the DC-3, well, probably the DC-6 at some point. I really wouldn't be surprised if I eventually fly the DC-6 on a live stream, but I'm still somewhat in my tour around the world with the DC-6, and it's currently in Kathmandu, so I still got a flight back towards Europe from there, and I don't want to interrupt that tour by using the plane on another sector, so Once that thing is back over to Europe, I might as well do a live stream with the DC-6. And circuits, it seems to wobble a lot at cruise. Yeah, seems like it. I don't really know why it's doing it that right now. I did a longer flight earlier today with the Antonov, basically while I was controlling, because I wanted to test something. And over there, it maintained its altitude perfectly, even while flying the same high Mach numbers that we are flying right now. I mean, IndyBuilds did say on their Discord that the autopilot of the real plane wasn't really developed 100%, so it would not maintain the altitude like totally perfect as well. So apparently that's not a bug but a feature. But I wonder if it's constantly going up and down like this one is. Honestly, I kinda doubt it. However, what I could very well imagine to be the cause of this constant up and down going is just the unstable atmosphere within Microsoft Flight Simulator. I know that I'm repeating myself there with the same issues ever and ever again, but it just still is an issue that you have turbulence in this thing. You know, on one of their live streams, the Asobo guys said that they defined light turbulence as a vertical speed of plus minus 300 feet a minute, and moderate turbulence as plus minus 1,200, and severe turbulence as plus minus 3,600. I tell you honestly, if you encounter plus minus 300 feet a minute on any airliner, including a 737, within like a second from one another, like it happens here in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the G-loading would be so strong it would simply rip off the wings of your airplane. So those definitions of turbulence by Asobo, they are just utter nonsense. And of course, if you subject an autopilot to a very strong turbulence that in real life would never be encountered like that, unless you are in severe turbulence, but for that there are separate procedures, like you no longer use altitude hold, you just put it in control wheel steering in order to maintain the pitch and you accept altitude deviations. But we are not in severe turbulence over here, so we kinda need to try maintaining our altitude. So if you constantly have those 300 feet a minute going up and down, then of course no decent autopilot would be able to maintain an altitude like that. That goes for the real 737 as well. If you have 300 feet a minute up and down within 1 second, the real 737's autopilot will probably just say, "Thank you, I'm out," and disconnect. But that is what add-on developers have to live with in Microsoft Flight Simulator. And Dimitri, oh, I see right now, you controlled me today into Frankfurt-Hahn from Zagreb. Was that Ryanair you? I tried to give you the routing as close as possible to the routing that Ryanair flies into Hahn in real life, but I had to look up one of those waypoints and then failed to give you that final turn. But, well, my apologies for that. So, a couple more guys showing up on the T-cars, let's have a look. But the guy beneath us has going to the left now, that's very good. Okay. So, let's actually have a look into the en route chart to see the next FIR border. And Dimitri, Ryanair 8787. Yep, that was definitely you, I remember you. K-Column 14, hello, I just subscribed. Thank you very much, K-Column, and welcome. So, quick look into the en route chart over here. Let's see what the FIR boundary is gonna be. Hide that, please, and we are looking at... Well, honestly, let's go direct to Peabody. Doesn't look like there is any ATC online whose airspace we would be infringing, so I'm just gonna do that now. Flight plan. Debut, direct, enter, activate. That makes our route look quite a bit better. If we look at that, that's a much straighter line than what we had previously. So, VNAV, begin the descent in 14 minutes. Let's quickly see if there is anything in here that would screw the routing up, but doesn't look like it. Okay, very good. So we have 14 minutes till the topper descent, that's good. Look at that vertical speed, 700 feet a minute in cruise. That is nonsense, that is bollocks. Why does Microsoft do something like that? That Derpy, would you recommend GSX and Navigraph? Navigraph absolutely. Especially the charts, but also the nav data. Especially when you want to fly online, it is just important that you have more or less up-to-date nav data available. Like, it mustn't be updated every single month, but you should update it every once in a while. And would I recommend GSX? Well, that is a good question, to be honest. The only thing that I would recommend GSX at the moment for is the pushback. The rest of it, honestly, the rest of it is just totally buggy. And for that reason, I would recommend GSX for the pushbacks. However, if you want to spend $40 or whatever it costs at the moment just to have a pushback tool, that is something that you have to decide on your own. Max Racing 177, can you fly from the first officer's seat for the next lag? I can look into it, but I don't really think that I'm gonna do. Well, I don't think that there will be another lag. And contact me, 133575. Of course, just after we've got that direct. Unit Creator, good evening. Antonov Bureau 3212 Super Flight Level 360 inbound P-Band.
Antonov 3212 identified direct Birka.
Birka Antonov 3212. Okay, flight plan.
Guten Abend, Airplane 8.
Birka, direct. Enter, activate.
Airplane 8 November identified.
That's even better. Then, Ollie 610, ETA at Hannover. Let's see, we're going to start the descent in about 11 minutes, and that means the remaining flight time is in the region of somewhere around 30 to 35 minutes, depending on the speed that we can fly on the approach.
Go.
By the way, isn't it really nice to see the TCAS this busy up here?
Taxi on your own discretion, please.
I really like it when there is so much going on at VATSIM. Ufran, hello there. I just heard you on the frequency. Did not know you were streaming. Well, yeah, I am, Ufran. And Vogel, what rank do you have in real life? First officer or captain? At the moment, senior first officer. And Ollie 610, does the autopilot have navigation mode? That's what you see it working on at the moment.
Reach level 270 at Armut.
So yes, it has navigation mode, as you can see up here. You select this one on the autopilot panel, then press the PC button, and then it's going to follow the GPS routing. And you also need to set your HSI to GPS, which you can do by pressing that HAB button down there. And that way the autopilot can follow your GPS routing.
To Echo, speed on conversion 300 knots or greater.
Okay, let's see if we can find an ATIS. 136575. Okay, over to the navigator station here.
Radar, very good evening. Eurocon 13 Juliet,
36575. Does anybody of you know how we can actually listen to the second radio
again, please.
on VATSIM in the Antonov? Because I just can't find any audio control panel that I could use to actually set it up to listen to both radios at the same time. So if anybody of you knows, then it would be much appreciated if you could share that knowledge. And Ufran.com2, yeah, that's cheating. And I want to listen to both radios at the same time. I can tune it here, that's no problem. That's my radio 1 and that's my radio 2. But I want to listen to both radios at the same time. That is what I'm struggling with at the moment. I think this looks kinda like a radio control unit. I don't know. I'd need to speak Ukrainian for that to understand what those panels say. And unfortunately I don't, so...
Lufthansa 132, descent level 300.
Level 300, your account 132.
And Isaac, are you a real airline pilot or do you just play flight sim? No, I fly real airplane.
Level 220 at Birka, report ready for descent.
Antonov 321 to expect level 270. Just confirm the level at Birka again.
220.
220 at Birka, report ready, Antonov 3212. Yeah, I'm a real airline pilot. I fly the 737.
Delta Sierra, wind.
Okay, so flight level
228 knots, runway 22 cleared for
no, sorry, 220. And we gotta have that by Birka. And
the 2 Echo contact München 1239, bye bye.
1239, Lufthansa 2 Echo, goodbye.
So 128 speed on conversion, 280 knots or less.
And that derby, I think it would be really cool to be able to pull down the blinds and curtains over the windows like they have in the airplane. Yeah, it would.
3 November, reduce speed, Mach 7 or less.
And Ollie 610, yeah, I'm planning a runway 27 right for the landing. Of course, 27 left would be a little bit closer and...
3212 speed, Mach 7.8 or greater.
Antonov 3212, unable 77 maximum.
3212, roger, speed, Mach 7.7.
Mach 77, Antonov 3212.
Vietnam 37, when ready, descend to reach level 110 at Kera.
Okay, so yeah, 27 left would be closer, but I want to have those 3,200 meters of runway 27 right. Okay, we might as well start with a little bit of the approach setup right now, so... Get out the approach charts, ILS runway 27 right, course is 27.
Fast track Bravo, speed Mach 8.1 or greater.
Speed Mach 8.1 or greater, so 5 minutes out.
Natürlich Equerric Bravo, when ready, descend to reach level 220 at Birka.
Yeah, that's 271 and 271. What else do we need for the arrival? 108.9
contact München 1239, bye bye.
We have 108.9. And finally,
Autumn 3 Delta Golf, monitor Unicom 1 to
we can tune that on the left side as well. 108.9.
Unicom 1 to
3. Currently showing as Neuburg, but that's still going to be replaced.
Identified, climb flight level 220.
Apart from that, do we need any NDBs? Yes, indeed. Celle 311.
1328, descent level 250.
Okay, let's go and tune that in as well.
Level
311.
Negative 250.
Here we go. Okay, that's pretty much all the setup we need for the arrival. Last thing we can check on is going to be the minimums, and that is Cat 1 200 AGL. That means 60 meters, and we have tuned that up here already. And Captain Mark has joined as a business class member. Thank you very much, Captain Mark. I hope you're going to enjoy the new content, and welcome to the channel. Ollie 610, have I been to Hannover in real life? Yes. Alright, so in 3 minutes we start the descent, so let's do a very quick approach briefing. threats for the arrival. We don't really know exactly what air traffic control is going to do with us today. I'm expecting the Update 3 Lima arrival, but it could become any of the non-ANAF arrivals as well. Speed limit is 250 below 100, or as by ATC not applicable within airspace Charlie, but we are actually going to be outside airspace Charlie anyway for this approach, as parts of the standard arrival lead us through uncontrolled, or rather through Class Echo airspace. So, Update arrival it is, and then we are going to request runway 27 right for the ILS approach, and we have that on chart 11-15 from the 6th of November 2020. Frequencies 108.9 and courses 271 are tuned on both sides, as we can see over here.
Antonov 3212, when ready, descend to reach level 220 at Burka.
Antonov 3212, when ready, descend to reach level 220 at Burka. Okay, so 220, 6,700 meters. And here we go, 6,700. Top of descent in a minute and a half. Very nice. Antonov 3212, which speed do you like on conversion?
300 or greater, or 280 or greater. Let's make it 280 or greater.
The 280 or greater, we can do 300 Antonov 3212.
Perfect.
Okay, so we'll just make it 300 or more on the descent. That will make our life a little bit,
Übrigens, Primark Bravo, direct Volvo.
Okay, so missed approach, then climb straight ahead when passing 600 or 0.8 from the sorry, not from the ILS, but actually from Hannover TME. Whichever is later. Turn right, Max 105 heading 346 to maximum 3000 at 5.80 meter right 093 to Zeller NDB, climbing to 4000. Okay, we can do that. Apart from that, we're going to vacate the runway, probably to the left hand side, I guess. Oh, exclusively to the left hand side. I guess either via Kilo or via Juliet, and then via Golf, Lima, and the parking. The cargo stands are up here, but I don't really know where they're going to park us. But that's going to be ATC's problem and not ours. So that should be it for the approach briefing. Any questions? No? Okay. Then we have reached our top of descent over here. Okay.
München radar, guten
Mark hold.
Germany 4 Lima flight level 240, Germany flight level 300.
Germany 4 Lima, München identified, direct Burka.
Direct Burka, Germany 4 Lima.
Turkish 5 direct Bravo, speed on conversion 300 knots or greater.
Okay, let's put the TCAS down a little bit to 12-mile range so that we can see better which aircraft might or might not be a factor for us. I like to have the TCAS on a larger range in cruise flight, but then when we leave our cruising level and start the descent, it's always nice to have this TCAS on the lower scale here so that we can actually get a better idea of the other traffic that is in the immediate vicinity of our aircraft. Let's dim those lights a little bit. Nope, that was wrong. This goes up. This goes down, I believe. Yeah. That's better for the arrival. The only thing that messes me a little bit is the standby instrument we have up here, but yeah, set brightness offset, nice.
Later, confirm you will reach 220 at Burka.
220 at Burka, airplane 8311.
Oh, wait a moment. I'm actually setting my altimeter up here. That's probably what we want to do. Yeah, brightness 30. That looks a lot better. Okay, vertical speed required 2100. Then we might as well go over to speed stabilization now. 550 kilometers an hour. That is more than the 300 knots he wants. See what rate of descent we're gonna get now. But that should be more than suitable for the flight level 220 at Birka. Keep in mind, you can always reach it before the waypoint as well. If they give you clearance like descent level 220 at Birka, that always means you can reach 220 before Birka as well, just not after it. That would be a bit problematic.
Bravo, direct Sierra Alpha Sierra.
And honestly, in a plane like this, where we have quite a bit of workload going on anyway, it's probably not a bad idea just to be leveled a little bit earlier. And
Bravo, contact Bremen 12875.
honestly, the landing fees for an airplane like this are probably going to be so high anyway that busting the CDA. Well, first of all, CDAs only count below 7,000 feet, and secondly, probably doesn't matter too much more. Captain Mark, hi Manuel, are you planning to
Antonov 3212, speed 280 knots.
Speed 280, Antonov 28, correction 3212, we'll be unable to reach 220. Okay.
Antonov 3212, no problem. And you can contact now Bremen 12875. Bye bye.
2875, Antonov.
Vietnam 37, contact Langen Radar 1208. Bye bye.
Yeah, let's see, speed 280. It would be nice if he had just told us a bit earlier. 520 kilometers an hour. Okay, let's do that. And back into speed stabilization. And then 128.7.
I have him on my speaker.
Medalo, Antonov, Euro 3212 Super, descending flight level 220, level at Yoke, speed 280.
Antonov Euro 3212, Bremen 1, radar contact. Call back for lower shortly.
Oh. Okay, I want to go. New vertical speed here.
Walker 2745, flight level 1.
And now it's captured the altitude, so that's good enough for me. Auto throttle is on, 520 kilometers an hour, that equals 280 knots. So, Captain Mark, are you planning to do a video about briefing in the briefing room before the flight and how we can apply them to our home sim experience? That is actually a very good idea. I'm going to write that down and we'll see about it. Okay, entering some clouds here. Engine NES on. That stuff goes on, and we probably gotta put those on auto as well.
Fast Quebec Bravo, confirm we should maintain 220 and speed 7 knots operator.
I'll call back in about 30 seconds. Let's do the airspace structure.
Roger, copy.
Okay, that's the anti-ice on. Unfortunately, the indicator panel that will show us if the anti-ice is actually on is inoperative in this add-on. That is a little unfortunate, but well, it is what it is. So where are we turning? Are we supposed to turn there? Yes, that actually looks okay. And Otto meme, now that controller sounds very German. Oh yes.
Turkish 5 Quebec Bravo, descend now flight level 110.
Oh, let's enter something for the VNAV again. $3,000 feet, V4, you can give me the FAF over here. Ah, there, okay. In descent in 5 minutes. So typical German airspace structure once again. they make you descend quite low, quite early. And then you spend a lot of time at the lower altitudes. They do that to get you outside of the upper area control centers of Rheinräder and Maastrichträder. And then you just spend time in the lower sectors, which would be Bremen, Langen or Munich. Apparently they have some significant staffing problems at the higher sectors in Germany, and the lower sectors have a little bit more controllers available, so they really like to get traffic down into the lower sectors rather than flying in the higher sectors. Of course, that is exactly contradictory to saving fuel, but ATC doesn't care too much about that in Germany, it seems.
Speedbird 88 Papa, direct to Zubix. Speedbird 88 Papa, direct to Zubix. Wings 8 Papa Lima.
And Oli 610, does it have VNAV? Well, not really. It has the vertical navigation page of the GNS 530, but that's all it has. You're at 3212, descent level 110. Okay, lower altitude, speed stabilization.
Canadian 649.
Let's see, we're looking at flight level 110, 3,350.
Sure about that, you
Great.
Quebec Bravo, speed 2,900 knots.
That's probably a bit too much of a descent here. Go altitudes. Sorry, pitch hold.
I don't know if 32, I don't know if you're 3212, so I'm just getting 310.
Octane 310.
Again, 1905, 9 descent flight level 120.
Flight level 120.
1905,
Course
9
1.
Speed now 270 knots.
270 knots, 1959.
A little bit less rate of descent here. And vertical speed.
769, climb off flight 69 also.
Okay, quick check here. What is the fuel doing? Yeah, 3,000 per tank. That is quite good. So we've got the hour reserve at the destination that we want to have. Very nice.
Taking 1959 turn now right, heading 070.
Right, 070, 1959.
I'm not going to change anything in the FMC just yet. Or in the GNS 530 just yet. I want to see if ATC might set us direct to some waypoint again, or... Overall, I want to see what they have planned for us before I'm pressing any buttons on the GPS.
3212, contact Hannover arrival 131325.
1325, 100 What?
Evelyn 83 November, descent now flight level.
Okay, 131.
Speed QNH 1008, confirm speed.
Your wings 8 Papa Lima for the time being maintain 250 or greater.
Wings 8 Papa Lima 250 or greater.
Of arrival, guten Abend, Hannover 3212 Super, heading 310, speed 280, descending flight level 110.
HOTAS 3212, Bremen radar low, identified 10 for Bravo, descent level 100, reporting Wind to alles regat. Expect radar vectors, alles Zulu 15 right.
Descend flight level 100, expect vectors ILS Zulu 27 right.
radar, guten Abend, ich starte Quebec Bravo, if you're passing 120
100, reselected.
Turkish 5 Quebec Bravo.
Okay, you said expect radar vectors out of 100, and that is what we have in the GPS as well.
Level 100.
It is ILS Zulu, menu.
Hello, 12745,
Oh well, actually procedure.
Walkaround 2745, then radar low identified, information Bravo, descent flight level 100. Bravo on board.
Then for reference, we can say VNAV 3000, and you can give me that like 10 miles before the outer marker.
Wing State Upper Lima, speed 220 knots, contact
I don't
direct
believe that.
6
Yeah, it doesn't matter. 44 miles to run.
Turkish 5 Quebec Bravo,
We've just got to do the VNAV ourselves. Localizer is selected.
Another 33, correction 3212, turn right heading 330.
Right heading 330.
Turkish 5 Quebec Bravo, turn right heading 020. Right heading 020, Turkish 5 Quebec Bravo. KLM 009 on frequency. Walker 2745, turn right heading 085. Right heading 085, okay, Walker 2745, which runway do you prefer? 27 left or right? Stand by. 27 left for Walker 2745. Exactly, that part was broken. Confirm 27 right? No, for 37 left. Okay, 2745, Roger, expect the radar vectors for the ILS Zulu 27 left. Expect radar vectors for ILS Zulu 27 left, 2745. Turkish 5
Okay, about to enter the clouds again. NTRS is still on.
220 knots, defense 5000 feet, QNH 10085 Quebec Bravo. That's of 3212, descent flight level 70.
Descent flight level 70. Let's do the mathematics and find out. And yep, just like you guys said in the chat, the navigator would do all those conversions for you. What 3-3? So now 3, 2, 1, we are reducing speed.
3212, Yoke, speed 220 knots, bitte.
20. Nice. First you fly fast, then you tell me to go slow, and then I tell you to go even slower.
Left heading 010.
Okay, 220 is 410 kilometers an hour.
Contact, correction to the left heading 010, contact director 119.06.
Okay, 410. Auto throttle off initially.
Action button.
Very good speed hold. And we're passing 10,000. The lights are coming on. That's 2. Remaining distance 26 miles, 10,000 feet, that is okay.
First Aberdeen 83 November, Bremen Hello identified, descent level 100. Descending 100, and second station, share course again.
KLM 009, guten Abend, Triangle QN.
It's stabilization.
KLM 009, Bremen Hello identified, flight level 100.
Climbing flight level 100.
Turn off 3212, turn right heading 020.
Right 020.
Walker 2745, descent flight level 70.
And flight level 70.
November, turn right heading 030, speed 220 knots.
Right, 020 speed to... Can I please stay in 220 knots?
Airline 83 November, right hand heading 030 and speed 220.
Okay, right.
Good. Ready and speed.
Correct.
Anton of 3212, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1008.
And 5,000 km 108.
Airline 83 November, expect silence Zulu runway 27. Correction, I expect alles Zulu approach runway 27.
Okay, 5,000 is 1,500. And 24.
009 approach direct to Bravo.
Okay, passing altimeter set, passing 2,350 meters, descending 1,500 meters, no flex 10%.
And one of 3212, contact direct 119 at 162.
119 at 162. What just?
Airline 83 November, descend.
Alright, hello, Patron of Bureau T212, super.
Station Yoke, constant again, please.
Patron of Bureau T212, super.
To the very east, 321, hello, left heading.
Left lane 360, descend 5,000 feet, Patron of T212. Track rounds?
Track my ground. Please double check my Warthog.
Gotcha. Okay, that's quite good. Speed stabilization is on.
Heading 300 feet, island to the runway 27 right, in front of the ground.
Turkish 5 Kevin Bravo. Similar this side of the approach fix. Thereafter 18 donuts, 15.5.
Lead to the north until high approach fix and then 160 until 8 miles in front of the ground.
Negative, that's just the other way, 18 donuts.
Okay, looking out there. I guess we're gonna follow this guy over there onto the final. The airport is over there. 1, 2, 3 guys in front of us. And nobody else, okay. That looks quite alright to me.
Under the serving 321 to turn left city.
Left lane 320 onto the 320. Okay, altitude stabilization is on. Let's see if it is going to level off correctly.
Direct, guten Abend, Airline 83 November with you, descending 5,000 feet.
Well, that was a dynamic level off. Now it's losing some speed, but auto throttle is reacting, that's good for me. Flight slope alive as well.
Left 340, Airline 83
November. ILS to the runway 27 right, established 6 Quebec ground.
Turkish 5 Quebec Bravo, then just 39 up, now delay 18 knots, after 695,
Well, it's on to 6 miles final.
Okay, pre-selecting the tower frequency.
And was very nice. 1, 2, turn left, heading 300.
Left lane 300, descend 3,000 feet on the road.
Evidence 18 to the power.
200 indicated.
Okay, autopilot off, manual flight.
Director Walker, step 45.
Last station calling again.
Walker, step 45 at 6 miles.
Walker 2745, that makes sense. November 2212, present heading cleared Zulu 279 takeoff and
Present heading cleared Zulu 27 right. We'll go Antonov 0322 super.
And Anton 3212, are you able for 18
We don't have the DME, so if you can give us a 6-mile radar fix, we can do that.
Okay, then, yeah, I will guide you a little bit and, yeah, speed 18
180 until 6 miles 1, not 032. Okay, 180 knots, that is 350 kilometers an hour, 515, gear down.
Evelyn 18, November,
Descending 4,000 feet, Evelyn 18.
Evelyn 18, November,
Left 324, Evelyn 18.
Director, GN 1959 or
Okay, a little bit of speed brake here in order to get the plane down onto the glide and the speed. That looks good.
Walker 2745.
Okay, gear lever back into neutral.
Detail 1951, left heading
320 for a GN 1959.
Evelyn 83, November, turn left heading 300,
Left heading 300, cleared Zulu, runway 27 left, and descending 3000 feet, Evelyn 18 November.
Correct, and Evelyn 18 November,
Okay, I'll start reducing speed now. At 25.
Total 0, and after that, then 180 until 6, Evelyn 18.
And that's not 3212, now you can reduce your normal speed for the 40 contact tower 120
Resume normal speed 120-175, Antonov 312. Thank you, bye.
Walker 2745, turn right heading 1.
Hello, Antonov 0312 super, ILS Zulu 27 right.
Antonov 3212, Hannover Tower, hello, we check the center of the plane.
Okay, thrust reverse is armed. For the sake of making my life easy, I'll just extend.
H5, connect ground, I'm indicating flag, kilo.
5 correct, Bravo, 6 via Golf, Fox, Mike.
Golf, Fox, Mike, 65, connect ground.
Antonov 321, traffic about the gate. 270 looking 8, 79,
I'm going to do some right clear land, Antonov.
5 Quebec Bravo, call number 827.
Confirm 277, 65, connect ground.
Approaching minimums. Minimums, continue.
Evelyn 18 November, would you establish ILS runway 2 left?
Evelyn 83 November, Hannover Tower, hello, with 27 to the gate 8 knots, runway 2
27 left, clear to land.
Runway 27 left, clear to land, Airline A325.
And welcome to Hannover. Speed brakes up, thrust was normal. A little bit of manual brakes here. 130, reverse is stowed.
Circle 5 Quebec Bravo, contact Hannover ground, 117
Speed brake up, flaps up,
and
and reverser is disarmed. And welcome to Hannover, everybody.
Antonov 3212, taxi via Golf, full short runway 27.
Taxi by Golf, Ultra 27 Center, Antonov Bureau 3212. Okay, first of all we go left before we break anything. Quite hard to see anything out there.
Antonov 3212, contact Hannover ground, 121.950.
121.950, Antonov 3212. Thanks, bye-bye. Okay, let's taxi the plane first. Okay, that's taxiway Golf that we're turning upon right now. And then 121.905.
Two code, runway 47 November, give me 1 second please.
Throttle, Antonov 3212 on Golf, Ultra 27.
Antonov Bureau 3212 Hannover ground, good evening, taxi to stand 51 via Foxtrot 1 and Delta 1.
Antonov 3212, taxi stand 51 via Fox 1, Delta 1.
Minus 47 November, your squawk is set now, contact Hannover Tower on 120.175.
Okay, so via Foxtrot, that is going to be the first to the right.
Contact Hannover Tower, bye bye.
And thereafter we have Fox 1, Delta 1 and stand 5. Okay, that's just over there. That looks like we can do it. Okay, so first to the right over here.
Hannover ground 9, Christoph 86. Hannover ground, Hannover 86.
Okay, so starting the APU.
Christoph 86 requesting departure to the south, south and requesting taxi. Christoph 86, active runway 27 left.
Okay, stand 51 is pretty much the last on the left hand side.
Air taxi to helipad 3. Air taxi direct to helipad 3. And
we'll have to see if we actually fit on there, otherwise we might have to turn the plane around again. But I really don't know how well we fit on there. We'll find out.
Air taxi to helipad direct to helipad 3 and contact Hannover Tower on 120.175. Christoph 862.
Okay, so should go somewhere. Yep, here comes Delta 1. We go to the right over here.
Turkish 5 Quebec Bravo, Roger, take gate 17 on your left.
taking 17 on our left, 35 Bravo, thank you.
Air Berlin 83 November, hold position.
Holding position, Air Berlin 83 November.
Air Berlin 83 November, taxi to gate 10 via Alpha, Alpha 2 and Alpha 1.
Gate 10 via Alpha, Alpha 2 and Alpha 1, Air Berlin 83 November.
Okay, there's our taxi line. It looked a bit confusing with that large black line that we saw on the right side there. But anyway, here we are. Okay, stand 5-1, last on the left they say. Do we actually fit on there? Nah, not really. Right side would fit us. Nah. Honestly, none of them looks really good for this plane. But I guess as long as they leave the... Oh, this is too small, I can see that. Let's take the one on the right side. Antonov 3212, stand number 54 available.
Antonov 3212, Roger, would be available too.
Roger, and sorry, we actually meant 53, but I guess that's more or less the same anyway.
It's 3-2.
Roger, stand 53, approved, Antonov 3212. Okay, so the last to the right, because on the right side there is definitely more space. Interesting. Well, on the right side there is definitely more space than on the left side. On here we could never fit the plane on there. But on the right side that should more or less work. So, all the way to the end. Pretty hard to see the taxi line down here. But that looks like it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, taxi light off. So, all the way into here. Now I've got to let it roll all the way to the front. Easiest to look on the side here. And that should be it. Okay. Parking brake is set. Then let's see what the APU is doing. APU is available. APU bleed on. Generators on. Okay then. Navigators panel. Antonov 3212 shutting down. Thank you for controlling and see you next time.
Antonov 3212, thank you for flying to Hannover. Bis zum nächsten Mal.
Good. Okay, so avionics off. Engine generators going off. APU generators are verified on. Anti-ice off. Fuel pumps, sorry, hydraulic pumps off. Fuel pumps are off. Generators are set. Okay, shut down. Engines running down. All engines below 20%. Beacon light off. Transponder off 2000. And now comes the big turn me off please. First of all, give me some lights, and here we go. On. Okay, enough lights remain on for now, and with that, let's get a ground power unit. CPU and chocks. Righty, power is established, then we can shut down the APUs. Okay, FADEC going off as well. And with that, we can switch off the transformer rectifiers and the rectifiers. And that is basically the end of the flight. So, thank you very much everyone for flying with me today. I hope you have enjoyed this one. Now, do we really want to see that landing report? Yes, we do. We have to. So, here is Sim Toolkit, and that's the route of our flight. I was a little bit going left-right over here in southern Germany, close to Munich, but that is somewhat what you always expect over there. Apart from that, let's now view the landing report. Okay, touchdown. 1 point behind the marker, 215 feet a minute. Well, a little bit on the positive side there, but we touched down pretty close to where we wanted to touch down. There would have been another 3 markers even on that touchdown zone, so I would say overall quite an okay landing, seeing that we don't have a radio altimeter in this airplane, so we still got to guesstimate the height on the landings. So I'm quite happy with that. Alright, and that's gonna be pretty much it for the live stream. So the APU has run down. Let's shut it off completely. And then external power off, batteries off. Thank you very much for flying, my friends. And welcome to Hannover. Oh man, that was close up here. We better get a skilled pushback driver for the way out. Anyway, thank you very much for watching, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed this one, and I'm looking forward to see you all again on the next one. Until then, thank you very much for watching, and have a nice remainder of your weekend, wherever you are, and I see you on the next week. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.